All right, hello, hello, hello. How are we doing tonight on a random Friday stream? How's it going, guys? I'm just getting finished setting up over here. Be starting shortly. Just like the screen says. Oh, I need to post on Twitter. That's fine. Bum, 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 bum. God, I just love this this opening is so good. So good. Alright, I'm actually in the middle of just doing some line art that I really want to make sure I go ahead and get finished before we start here. Very close. Got the sniffles. It just crackled. That's what that was. Okay, you know what? That'll be good enough. Let's get started here. I don't want to delay any longer. And make sure lighting's all right before I switch on the cam. Oh, Skillet! Thanks for the water. Good timing. I need to actually go get water. Thank you, Skillet. I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. I am back. Skillet, you might actually know about this. Have you ever added driftwood to your aquarium before? While you answer that, I'm gonna not fuck up my layout, please. Oh my god, I fucking hate OBS. God, is just no. Fucking hell, why? Why would you think I want to do it like that? Because I don't. Because you suck, OBS. Because you fucking suck. Alright. Alright. Hello. Really excited to be jumping back into Ace Attorney tonight. Because if you watched the last stream, if you were here for the last stream or caught up on the VOD, you'll know that we had some, the emotional damage. That clip that's going around on TikTok, I think, right now. That was this entire... Thanks, Skillet. That was the entire last stream. We basically confirmed, I think we kind of realized it, and then I remembered that this was the spoiler I'd seen. But we basically confirmed that Von Zyke's apprentice is Kazuma. And that apparently when Kazuma died on the boat, like, they were supposed to hand off his body to send it back home, and his body got lost. And Sholmes and Lord Strongheart both knew about it. So got that confirmed, essentially. Susato and I are taking it really well. We're fine. And we're starting trial today. And oh yeah, also we found that engineer guy, but honestly, I don't care about this case anymore. I care about getting Kazuma back. So however we get through this case, great, yeah, sure, you killed someone, that's fantastic. Baby sweet pie honey bunch apprentice. So let's just continue. Let's just go ahead and continue. Skillet, I don't know if you were here last time, but Sencha was, they're still selling Pokemon stuff, and I went and got their little Charmander and put a fake bandana on her, because I am a shell-out / uncreative. But, I love this look. I wish there was, I could, perch it on my shoulder. I could tape it to myself. No, that's silly. Charmander's just gonna sit there. She's gonna sit there and watch. And someday I will actually organize the bookcase behind me and everything so that, it looks like a real fucking layout instead of just gross behind me. Anyway, 24th October, 9:11 a.m., the Old Bailey. Oh, that's right. We got a lot of voices. Good morning to you, Mr. Naruhodo. Ah, good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings? Every time. Hi, Skillet. Hello. I hope so. I should be. Even I with nothing left. I don't get to talk anymore. Good morning, my dear fellows. It's I. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. You actually woke up before noon. Why, naturally. A true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in battle at all times. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'll see you later then. Oh, okay. Technically here then. Hang on. Okay. Hi, Azure. All good. Don't worry about it. It's gonna be a modless stream. It's fine. So Zero then. Zero Vat. Now, Professor, we really need you to remain calm in the courtroom today. Yes, do try your hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again. What? Skillet, what did you say? What happened? What happened? Telling Skillet that I'm technically here. Ah, so you guys can't gang up on me. Yes, I will. I realize it was a mistake, but my dear fellows, I must interject with my dead-ass face. Oh, you're still here, Mr. Sholmes. What's the matter? Surely you've overlooked some praise, have you not? To be cast in my direction, Sorry, I don't follow. Oh, yep, there we go. Must I spell it out? I, the great Herlock Sholmes, the greatest detective of worldwide acclamation, arose at some ungodly hour to be here. First thing in the morning, a miracle, you must agree. Someone just screenshot this, and I'm just gonna send it to my entire Slack channel. Actually, you know what? I can just take a picture of it. That's even easier, isn't it? Well, if I must agree, then... As you know, my sleep is quite impregnable. Iris had to employ her full gamut of tactics. She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked both cheeks, punched me, and kicked me from the bed. Then she poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face, and at last I was bestirred. Oh my! Iris has been busy! Iris doesn't have it in her to go that far. She's too nice. I sense the spirit of a fellow scientist, one who relishes the infinite possibilities of blending tea. I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. This is my victory. All right. Sorry to cut in. Sorry to cut in. In which we learned that Haley's dad sounds exactly like Tobias Gregson. Oh, Inspector Gregson. Good morning. Gregson, my dear fellow, why the grim expression at this delightfully early hour? What channel do you want the screenshot in? Honestly, shit posts. I need to make like a proper meme channel for like Mander memes. Put it in Mander Banter, I guess. Mander Banter could be just like, yeah, inside jokes and shit. Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I've been confronted with a grimmer expression, eh? Eh? Dear me, are you going to take that insult lying down, Professor? What? I don't know. Poor Professor. Anyway, here's the paperwork you asked for. What paperwork? I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. I have a feeling it may prove useful, but I'm not going to tell you how. You won't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this brought out of the archives. It's the professor's autopsy report. That's right, this is confusing. There is our client, who is Professor Harebrain, and then there's a serial killer who 10 years ago killed Van Zyke's brother, who is also called the Professor. So this will be perfectly confusing. But mass murderers! Who killed, 5 members. Who killed 5 members of the aristocracy. He was found guilty in a closed trial 10 years ago now. It was all done under wraps. I thought that said wasps. He was quickly executed soon after the trial, with all those wasps.
Hello.
Hi, Phoenix. It's all in here. Okay. Why would they made an autopsy report of someone who was killed by the government? That's weird to me. Wow. What a great autopsy report. Look at all that valuable info. I guess Courtney Stevens. So the only important thing here is that Courtney Stevens, who is the coroner right now, also signed off on the professor's death. But apparently when people are dead in this game, don't fucking matter. I'm still not over it. Still not over it. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector. Yes, much obliged, Gregson. Us lowly lot at the yard are just doing what we can in the shadow of the great Detective Sholmes, of course. Oh, you petty, petty bitch, Gregson. We love you. Well then, Professor Harebrain, this is it. Today we're going to lay all of this to rest at last. I wish you the best of luck, Professor, even though we're the ones who are literally going to be doing all of the work. I suppose he'll be in there today, will he? Case 3 trial. I just realized I need to be putting that at the beginning so people know where the fuck we are in this game. Jumper. Yes, we expect the prosecution to summon him as a witness. still amazed that you managed to find him in just one day. I really owe you both so much. Yes, you do. Plus our consulting fee. Counsel and the defendant. The trial is about to begin. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. Oh, all right. Fuck off, Hairbrain. We got a job to do. This is it then. The final chapter. Funny. My heart's racing a little. I've not felt this before, actually. This strange foreboding. As if something's going to happen in this trial that I'm not ready for. But I can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters. Finding the truth. Aw, just like a true Naruhodo. Finding the truth is all that matters. Fucking hate OBS and its bullshit. Layout, layout. Why does it keep fucking doing this? It's so aggravating. Nope, okay. You know what? Fine. I don't get a Twitch activity feed. That's fine. I don't need to see what's going on my channel. That's fine. Thanks, OBS. Bitches. 9:30 a.m. Ooh, it's raucous. Splashed in my face. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. Ho, ho, ho. We resume the public hearing of Albert Hairbrain, here present, who stands accused of murder. Are the counsels for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed?
Oh no! Oh no, there he is! I didn't know he was gonna be in court tonight! Oh no! 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 I didn't think he'd be here! I didn't think he'd be in the courtroom! I just thought he was... Hello, sweet child. I miss you. Oh, the prosecution is ready, my lord. Oh, we don't get Suzuto, I guess. All right. The defense is ready, my lord. Is that my boyfriend over there? As promised, Lord Van Zykes has his apprentice with him. His apprentice with memory loss. Suzuto would not just be standing. She would run the fuck across that courtroom and fucking rip the mask off and be like, "You bitch! How could you do this to us?"
If I may, Lord Van Zykes.
Yes, my lord.
There appears to be someone standing at your side.
Well observed, Your Honor. Not a speck of information gets past you. Oh, yes, my apprentice and assistant. The prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexity of this case rise considerably. I'm going to pour... What the fuck? Kazuma... I therefore instructed my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of the trial, so that I won't have to uncork my own bottles. Smooth running of liquid refreshments, by the look of it.
The way he holds himself, the way he moves, it couldn't be anyone else.
But he's still suffering from amnesia, so there's really nothing we can do at the moment.
I know, but oh, this is so very hard.
It's fine. I'm not crying, you're crying.
It would appear the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands of the court made yesterday. I understand you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene on the day in question.
Actually, Your Honor, we did that. Don't give this bitch any of the credit. Yes, my lord, I intend to call him as a witness shortly. Oh, damn, you got some stream lag there, boy. Bum, 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 bum.
Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury who have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this courtroom today, are you ready and willing to proceed?
Oh god, what were the voices Haley had for all these fuckers?
Gosh, my lord, I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty.
I do so despise deception and deceit. I find it so very wearing. To take a man's life with a conjuring trick, it is against the magician's code, not to mention the law.
Any fake scientist should feel the wrath of God, if you ask me.
We have to listen to what's said on both sides of the fence, and then settle on one. That's it, isn't it?
Wasn't like this in my day. Wasn't like this at all.
Great. Very riveting jury.
If all parties are ready to proceed, you may begin, Lord Van Sykes.
Before I do, my lord, there is other report I must read to the court.
Stop making Cosima do everything for you, you asshole!
I'm gonna
Look, if we didn't hate Van Sykes already, this is even more reason to cut this bitch down to size. Also, that's right, my camera is now gonna be in the way of my health points, so...
There we go, that should be fine. Yesterday at the Great Exhibition Grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case, the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine, which was installed on the experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion effected by an unknown person or persons.
Gregson was there. What do you mean unknown? Gregson was literally there with us when it fucking happened. OBS, I'm going to strangle you. I'm actually... Yep, thanks, Phoenix. Agreed.
It was what? An explosion? This is an outrage! Yes, I heard this grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening. After hours of all things. I read that the machine was blasted to smithers and the wreckage reduced to ashes in the flames. Almost like a phoenix.
I have here a photographic print of the scene taken in the wake of the explosion.
Ha! 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 It's exactly as Mander fucking called it. Jesus Christ, this is why it had to be on a stage. This is why it had to be on a stage.
It shows what little remains of the machine.
Yes, a terrible business.
He did it to destroy the evidence, did he?
That Enoch Trapper!
The court will take this print as evidence, counsel.
Metal floor of the stage has been blown open. No, it just looks like it. The panels just swung down. Late yesterday. Excuse me, let me try that again. Late yesterday afternoon, the protection afforded to the machine by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act was revoked. However, before the thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. I don't know how matter works. As such, this will become a very different trial.
Look at him just standing there! He's just standing there!
And, okay. As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity.
Indeed. A most unfortunate state of affairs. Oh well.
However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused.
Again, no. And it was not the intentional actions of the accused. So shut the fuck up.
Of that we can be certain, but it was the accused himself who was operating the machine and who ultimately caused its loss of control.
Objection! Yeah, no. As Lord Van Sykes rightly says, this is a very different trial now.
Yes, I did just say that.
The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Assman died as a result. Mr. Assman died as a result of the accident caused by his machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters.
Names, counsel, if you please.
The engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, and the victim himself, Mr. Odie Assman. Lamb. So what exactly were these two men up to behind the... Whoops, I read through that. Behind the defendant's back. The defense intends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant.
Why does my arm look so long? Thank you, counsels. The points of the prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Good for you. Lord Van Zyke, summon your first witness, please.
At once, my lord. The prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to the stand. Thankfully, this guy's part robot, so I finally have an easy voice somewhere in this case. State your name and occupation for the court.
Name, Enoch Drebber. Occupation. Hard to pin down, I would say.
He's fucking like, he's steampunk is what he is. He's every steampunk wannabe's dream.
See that black monocle? Yes, why do I feel as though I've seen it somewhere before? Oh, you too! I had exactly the same feeling myself.
Your file indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. The theft of a waxwork model, is it? A most extraordinary sounding business.
But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Cleave it from your mind.
You're familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Great Exhibition some days ago. The accused super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration.
Yes, you could say that. I am aware of it. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there?
You're able to pick up a piece of paper, Van Zykes. It was you, Mr. Drebber, who constructed the fast machine used in the experiment. So our investigations indicate. Can you confirm your involvement?
Yes, I constructed it in precise accordance with the blueprints, but that's all.
And the court would be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure.
An amazing device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last.
What?
Good gracious. Do you mean to say that the experiment was bona fide? Is that your belief, sir?
Yes, that is very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up.
Objection! But we've already established the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick.
Objection!
Yeah. We've established nothing of the sort. All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been produced by the means of staged trickery. The defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility, nothing more.
Uh-oh, wise Dickcord. Oh, yep. Thanks, Skillet. Thank you for posting that. I appreciate it. I also Twitch. Is it viewer rewards? I think I need to turn on some channel point shit because this is essentially. Oh no, it's already on. Oh my god, it was already on. Okay. Okay. Well, good. It's already on then.
Mander's streaming and I actually have time to watch. Morgan! Hello! Hi, Morgan. It has been a hot minute. How are you doing? How the fuck are you doing, kid? We're playing some Ace Attorney, some great Ace Attorney 2. I'm doing all the voices. We found our supposedly dead boyfriend is now working for the prosecution, the backstabbing bitch.
And it's just causing a lot of emotional trauma, but it's fine. I totally am not still like upset every time I see Kazuma's corpse on the screen. Oops. Doing well, high school really sucks. Oh man, I'm sorry. Do you have like finals and shit right now, or is it the new semester? Senior year is fun. Senior year is a blast, man. Especially second semester, senior year, don't give a shit about anything. You're so home free. We've procrastinated long enough, I feel. Witness, you will now give your formal testimony about the machine that you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration at the Great Exhibition. Understood. Nope, just homework and such. Live it up if you can, man. Live it up if you can. Quick, get you up on the case. Let me go to the court record for the contradiction. This is our client. He's a professor who was publicly demonstrating an experiment of like the Willy Wonka fucking teleporting thing. You know, like the TV beam that like you can beam someone from one place to another. The professor made a machine that could do that. He put this guy inside as a test subject, pulled the lever, set the machine off. This guy ended up in a new location, but very much dead. So obviously the professor's being accused of the murder. Who else is important? This guy is the guy who built the machine for the professor. So the professor said, "This is my blueprint," and Enoch Drebber built it for him. This is the coroner, person who looks at the dead bodies and goes, "Yep, it's dead." For London. There's Van Zykes, the bitch. There's Masked Man, who's Cosmo. And then, yeah. It's going to get you a safety cat whenever you feel stressed. Dude, I would love a kitten. I would love a kitty cat. Nope, wrong voice. I can actually do shutting down. Rebooting voicey.exe. I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Assman's introduction. He provided me with the blueprints and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash first into the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow. 100% bring you a cat, but I live in California. Look, we can, I mean, my family got our dog because our dog had to fly. I mean, it flew from Michigan, but like, we could fly a kitty cat out. His smile freaks me out. That's why I'm doing it like, because he's, like I said, he's steampunk to the core. A body double? That goes without saying, surely. You give the impression that something has moved when in reality it hasn't. It's a basic conjuring principle. The deception cannot be achieved without substituting the original with a fake at some point in the performance. God, his movements are so freaky. Like he's a fucking animatronic and I hate him. But would I be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines? Buddy, you stole the waxwork model so that the deception could happen. We're at the end of this. I'm in Wisconsin, in the land of cows and cheese. Ugh. Incidentally, prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Assman had no twin siblings. It was from so far away, no one would be able to tell that it was his twin. You just had to put someone in a top hat coat with a fucking monocle and a mustache, and that would have done it. It's my understanding that this witness is well versed in conjuring artfulness. But such talents do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish rebooting. But such talents do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what, by all accounts, must have been an extremely complex scientific machine. Amtrak? Man, I don't fucking know. Probably, like, Chicago? What, like, fucking Chicago? I have no idea. I forgot how to consume liquids.
Namely, the construction of what, by all accounts, must have been an extremely complex scientific machine.
Whatever do you mean?
Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Drebber.
Indeed it did, my lord. As a swindler who preys on innocent scientists to elicit government grant money through conjuring know-how. Yes, it's true that I did possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. But crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic in the field.
You bitch.
Investigation of the witnesses' workshop attests to that claim, my lord. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy for young talent in science there. Yes, that's true. We spotted it there ourselves. If a hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged into a physical manifestation with sufficient skill. Though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wiles to sniveling talentless scientists in the past.
Would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was
an unfortunate accident? Or, of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by misuse of the science?
Jesus Christ, Lucius Malfoy.
First can down, bitches.
That's disgusting. Where's my ranch water?
Where's the ranch water?
Here we go. Yummy, yummy. Yummy, yummy in my tummy. It's made with agave. Which I thought meant... I'm pretty sure this is tequila based, but someone was saying it's rum based. Either way. Oh, that's foaming. That tea was better, but this is still decent. It's still a seltzer. You know, I can still be a little bitch about it. Counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord.
I sprayed all over the monitor. Wipey, 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 wipey.
All right, met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Assman's introduction. He provided me with the blueprints and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. The whole show was a fraud. It would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash head first into the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Maybe the science was flawed somehow. Okay. Hold it! Let's start with a pressin'. Pretend we're making cider and press him. So you're already acquainted with Mr. Assman himself? Not really. By chance, I'd seen his name mentioned in the papers, that's all. But I had no interest in his public affairs. Private affairs, excuse me. Shutting down. Rebooting voice.exe.
Whee! But I had no interest in his private affairs. If he was an unscrupulous investor, it was no concern of mine. As long as people pay their bills, I take my tools and construct what they ask for. I am totally innocent making this face.
So why did Mr. Assman approach you in particular then?
Who can say? I presume because my name is associated with excellence in engineering.
Not to mention excellence in fraud.
R2 gauge, but the point is, all I did was construct the machine according to the blueprints I was given.
In other words, the Kinesis machine was built on solid scientific principles.
Yes, you might say that. Professor Hairbrain certainly has a mind like no other.
Okay. Oh, I am still blocking the thingies. Hang on. Hang on. Boom! There we go.
Dun dun da dun dun. I made the blueprints and I made the machine. It was no trick.
Yeah, okay then. It's clear that you have both scientific knowledge and knowledge of conjuring magic, however.
The more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along. But your implication is that I furnished the machine with some trickery, I think.
It's a possibility that we have to explore.
Unfortunately, though, the machine has been blown to Kingdom Come. So there's really nothing left to explore, is there? Hot, 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 hot. It appears that the Kinesis machine was fitted with a timed explosive device of some kind. And there's nothing left of that device either. Not a single shred of evidence remaining. I hear. He must have planned all this from the outset. He literally told us he was about to set off a bomb. He literally told us in the workshop. He's like, oh, you managed to dismantle one of my bombs. Other one goes off on the fucking campus thing. But in any case, it's abundantly clear that the experiment couldn't have been a trick. Press. And so obviously they're like, what's the body double? It's the fucking wax sculpture. Okay, you guys don't need to know how much health I have. It's not important. I'd rather we get to see all of the beautiful sprite work. Oh, and there's the learned friend comment. Thanks, Van Zykes. Of course, that's it. Mr. Assman was a twin. Nom, nom, nom. Perhaps my learned friend wasn't listening earlier. Mr. Assman had no twin siblings. Oh, the little backup. Oh, I heard you before, but the thread of hope hadn't quite left me. I was still an undergrad, not a graduate student. The demonstration could have been a trick if there was somebody who looked sufficiently like the victim. But Dr. Scythe absolutely ruled that out as a possibility. Every time he moves, I'm gonna be sad. That's why we have to finish this case today, because I can't take more heartache. It is beyond question that the victim himself, Mr. Assman, did move from the stage to the Crystal Tower. The fingerprints found at the scene attest to the fact. So it can't have been orchestrated using someone who looked identical to Mr. Assman, then. Oh shit! I think I just figured it out. So this is probably what stats. So you can see in the picture, Assman has a nice little stab and a half to the chest. And this has blood on it. And this was found poking through the grill in the base of what remained of the machine. So if we look at this, the grill was found like it. So the bit was found in part of that grill there. So what I'm thinking is that it was the real Mr. Assman. Okay, maybe this isn't right, but it was the real Mr. Assman who stepped into the machine, gave his little wave, and like closed the cage on. Then when the professor set off, when Professor Hairbrain, I have to not say the professor, when Professor Hairbrain set off the machine, it made a big cloud of smoke, the trapdoor swung out, and the victim fell to his death. Shut up, New York Times. Meanwhile, because apparently we're still going with you can put a metal cage and an entire fucking adult body inside a hot air balloon and it won't fall. No one will notice. So simultaneously, as this is dropping out, where is our diagram? So it drops down into that bottom compartment of the machine. Simultaneously, a balloon is shot out. You can't see my mouse, but it's over. You see how it's like looks like a staircase on the right by the Eiffel Tower here? There was a balloon hanging, like right, imagine where my hand would be that I'm putting right here. There was a balloon there. We already have a crossbow and a bolt that was shot out, that was shot from the ground, from right by the machine. And that's how the cage containing the wax figure fell. This is what I'm not understanding is, okay, the waxwork and the cage fall and crash on that one step. But then how do they get the body up there before the police get up there? Because everyone was like, holy shit, they made a mess. And you assume everyone would stream up to see what's going on. Sorry, I keep looking over here because chat is over here. So I feel like over here I'm talking to chat. Here I'm playing the game, but it's actually the opposite. I don't know how they get the body up there before the police do. That's what I don't see. Anyway, that's my hypothesis. It's not perfect. It's not perfect, but it's working within what we've been given. Anyway.
What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh, I'm not. Just that the idea of someone who looked identical to the victim is playing on my mind. You know, you would have thought there, Phoenix. You would have thought there. All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. So that's where it was. It fell out of the balloon having been shot. Man, they were really lucky that they popped the balloon in one arrow. It crashed headfirst, you say? According to the many witness reports from those there at that time, yes. Were you not there at the exhibition grounds on the day? Okay, no, never mind, we're good. Unlikely, I rarely leave my workshop. Yet another of your unique inventions was found at the scene. Bitch! 100% charge, great. Well, it was the unveiling of a machine I'd labor over for many months. Bum. I saw it clearly with my own eyes, the birdcage plummeting headfirst into the tower. What a surprise. I believe the victim's neck was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it? How would you have come by that information? Even an infernal recluse like me reads the newspapers, you know, in perfect binary. According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body. Yes, he'd been stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver believed to belong to the defendant, and he had broken vertebrae as a result of a fall from a considerable height. Correct. My learned friend has been doing his research, it seems. Hey, yo, Kazuma, you just gonna stand by and let him say racist shit at me? You just gonna let that fly? Do we know which injury was the fatal one? Certainly not. We totally don't have a doctor who can testify to this fact. Forensic science is not yet at a level where such things can be determined. Try back in 100 years. What we do know is that the victim died having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment. Excuse me, I didn't have coffee today. And I'm not making it at 10 o'clock at night. And since he was found in the birdcage with his neck broken, it's obvious that he fell from a considerable height. I suppose that's hard to deny. So obviously it's that statement where we actually got a prompt of like, do you think this could be it, player? Glorious Phoenix. I actually have the stream up in OBS over where I'm looking right now on my second monitor. I actually have it big enough where I can see the emotes when they fly across the screen, because normally it's a very small window and I just see like, oh, someone put an emote. But yep, got to see Moss's glorious face. That was beautiful. A terrible accident. A terrible accident. So you understood the science, did you? Not in the slightest. I'm only an engineer. Oh, okay. As I've said a number of times, I'm an engineer. My job is to manufacture according to the blueprints I'm given. You would still need to understand physics to build the shit, you dumbass. I would be inviting manifold problems if I foolishly allowed my brain to digest the ideas behind them. I could be accused of stealing those ideas, for example. How is it possible to construct a machine without really understanding the principles it relies on? Grad school in a nutshell! There's a reason you gotta do a lit review first, bitches. Well, you're practicing law without really understanding the principles it relies on, don't you? Oh shit, mic drop! Yeah, that was a good one. I'll grant that to you. Stand up for yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. Nah, Susie, he was spot on with that one. We have no defense there. The point is, damn, I wish I had thought of that one myself. That was a good Bah, that was a good burn, sir. Can I use that one in court for the next trial? I do not care. I can come up with many more quips to insult the defense. Good. See me after the trial in my chambers. We have much to discuss. The point is, the experiment resulted in instantaneous kinesis taking place. As such, the science must be sound. Yes, and really, experimental results are all that matters when it comes to proving a hypothesis. Fuck observational results. Nobody does empirical research these days. I got alert, but I'm still watching here. No problem, Morgan. Don't worry about it. He's certainly very sure of himself.
What do you think, Mr. Hodo?
Well, now that the machine has been completely destroyed by yesterday's explosion, it's going to be impossible to argue its authenticity one way or the other.
But if we're unable to establish that it was a piece of stage trickery rather than genuine science, we will have no grounds on which to demonstrate Professor Hairbrain's innocence.
Both Mr. Assman and this man in the stand tricked the professor and used him. They took advantage of his naivete and his unbending belief in his work, and I won't let them get away with it. And seeing as the professor is an old friend of Lord Van Zyke's, what on earth must he be feeling towards Drebber? Interesting way to put that. Okay.
I have been here for a little bit, not talking, just watching you for a little while, and I'm having fun. I saw you on Insta a while back and followed you on Twitch. Glad to be here! Angela Verdrain, thank you so much, friend. That's so sweet of you.
Yeah, welcome into the stream. Glad to have you here. Hope you're enjoying me stumbling my way through the Great Ace Attorney games. Welcome. So the only thing I have of the waxwork right now is... Because again, my idea is that the waxwork is involved in some way, either as the thing that went in, or as the body at the top that then got swapped out for the real body. I didn't actually look at this. There's something suspicious on the back? Nope, okay. I mean, anyone looking at this would realize, like, oh yes, clearly that is a hole into which, like, a trial or a magic trick could proceed. I feel like this, like, presenting this now is too much of a leap for an Ace Attorney game. But I don't think the head is the answer, because where did we find the head? Ugly looking bitch. Oh, there's the lock. Okay. YOLO.
Objection!
Nope. Okay, yep, we are 3 pieces of evidence ahead. The defense would have to object to that last statement, my lord.
And I would have to overrule your objection, counsel.
Okay, cool. The defense would have to accept the penalty given.
Glad to hear it. And you would also have to think again,
Okay, it's not that he had a twin, he had a waxwork. I mean, yeah, the waxwork wasn't of him, but that was still a waxwork. Van Bitch and Drebber just make a diagram of racist insults while having tea. I feel like they would just be, like, taking shots, you know? I don't think they'd be sipping tea. I think they straight take shots. I think all of this is used up. I think we've used everything on this page. La 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 la. Oopsie, it's broken.
Oh no, our experiment, it's broken.
Look here, Miss Susato. Oh yes, the wood's cracked and broken a little, I suppose because it fell from such a height. Yes, from the height at which the balloon was flying down into the crystal tower below. Wait, why would the bottom be broken? The bottom shouldn't be, the top should be broken. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters, leaving the man inside tragically dead. Really? Always examine the evidence, I guess. Oh, motherfucker. This is why witnesses should never give too much detail in their testimonies.
Objection.
We're gonna have to walk it step by step. We've examined the birdcage that crashed into the crystal tower ourselves. I don't know how we examined that, given that it blew up yesterday, but Deus Ex Aeternica. As you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot. I'm going to talk before looking at the evidence. Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet into the glass of the crystal tower. Right, my other stream ended. I'm here now. Aw, nice of you to join us, Azure. That level of damage is to be expected, surely. I agree. The damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of that damage. All the breakages in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top. What are you Nope. I can't get my voices straight. What are you saying?
That's the opposite of where they should be.
Because it took the damage when it fell down. When it fell down through the hole. That's a big hole. That's right, my lord. The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at its base, so we've reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the crystal tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were two bird cages in play that day, which were at some point switched. There we go. There we go. Switched during what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery. Error.
Good gracious, explain yourself, witness.
Well, I'm going to murder you with my own hands. If we examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage on the base of the birdcage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first into the tower.
Objection.
You might say ass first, or rather, ass man first. But multiple witness reports claim it fell head first. The birdcage materialized in the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage, following a spontaneous explosion at an altitude of some 60 feet above ground level, which is approximately 18 meters. That's for all you non-Americans. Thank you for interrupting me. May I continue? It then proceeded to fall some 30 feet into the crystal tower in the ensuing deflagration. Witness reports shutting down. Witness the reports amid such chaos are notoriously unreliable. Okay, can we just talk out all of your evidence from yesterday then? You just said yourself, bitch. Witness reports in this chaos are not valid. So, you won't mind if I just chuck out everything your witnesses said yesterday, right? So you have no evidence? So case dismissed? Great, let's go home. Cosmo, what the fuck is going on? But the victim's deck was broken. He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However he fell, it would be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed. Oh, what do you guys say? Oh my god, I just noticed. Again, the character design is great. He's like a battery. He's got positive and negative ends. I love it. Yeah. Processing humor joke. A riveting scientific analysis of events from the prosecution there. Though to be even more rigorous, you would have to say it was only one vertebrae, actually. I picked apart the body with my own two hands. Wasn't quiet for long. Chandler, and when you deceived a personal friend of his. It's almost like they maybe weren't actually real friends. If you're going to establish this deception, do it right. Sorry. I feel like that's the undertone here. Yes, and there's one more point. The defense appears to have forgotten. It obviously wasn't a trick, as a certain truth very plainly demonstrates. What?
Oh, you get to talk again? Great. It seems to me that the cross-examination had better continue until we resolve this matter. Mr. Drebber, you will amend your testimony with details of this truth.
Of course, we must treat the matter scientifically after all. Guys, I promise not all scientists are murderers or accused murderers. I promise. I nearly had him there. Looks like he's trying to moonwalk. What the fuck was that? I hate this guy. I hate this guy. The kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 high. There's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from. Are you fucking kidding me? They're the same fucking height. Not all scientists are, but Mander definitely is. Hey! They don't got shit on me yet. As long as you don't reveal where we hid the I mean... So this one, is it the hole or is it the map? Or the photo, not the map. Like, is it the photo or is it the map here? Can I just like throw this at Cosma, see if it hits him in the head and jogs his memory?
Objection.
Okay, it was the map. Yep. When in doubt, pick the simpler option for Ace Attorney. This is a diagram of the experimentation stage and its surroundings. Or Amanda, then I'll find it. I'm holding you to that. You better not reveal its location. Of the treasure chest that I hid. We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in midair before falling down into the crystal tower. Bonk. Go to dead jail. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters. I'll just delete the VOD, there will be no evidence. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there is one other possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet, or 9 meters. No! The apprentice just doesn't give a shit. Cosmo's here like, get his ass, Ryu, get his ass, free me from this hell.
Well, it appears the defense has a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, counsel.
Yes, my lord. Of course.
You will indicate the place to which you are referring on this same diagram.
The alternative location from which the birdcage could have possibly fallen the requisite 30 feet. I fucking wonder.
Take that!
Do all scientists have something related to their work, including replaced body parts? I mean, I've got a tattoo of a lake on my ankle. Does that count? The place I'm referring to is here.
But that's where the birdcage would have been to begin with.
Yes, Your Honor, use a fucking brain cell for once. Which is exactly the point, my lord. Yes, the birdcage was in the machine on the stage. But what? Shutting down. What we must also consider is the height of the stage itself.
Go on, counsel.
It turns out the experimentation stage was built at a considerable height above ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact, you'll see it's at about the same height above the ground as the balloon was above the crash site. Assume the stance. Oof. When the experiment got underway, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. Bloop. At that moment, the floor of the stage gave way, and if we assume there to be a void underneath, the birdcage and the one seen by the audience would have fallen almost exactly the same distance. Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but two.
Objection!
Vander has a water balloon in place of her pancreas. What the fuck, Azure? What the fuck, man? Oh, my learned friend has no evidence that the stage had such a contrivance in its design. You're right, we don't have the evidence. You do. You literally presented it to the court. Thank you, Van Zykes. Someone is responsible for the criminal destruction of the Kinesis machine itself. It's true. However, the stage still stands. And take a moment to look at the photographic print of the scene following yesterday's explosion. No, it's inland waters, not inner waters.
Good lord, the metal grill that formed the floor of the machine is undone.
Yes, most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. The defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated immediately. Mr. Drebber, it was you who built the Kinesis machine, which means that it was you who built the two bird cages that were used to carry out this deception. Whether Professor Harebrain's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference, because it's the construction of this machine that matters, a machine designed to take Mr. Assman's life. Lay the blame firmly at the professor's door, something that could have only been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Drebber. Uh-oh, he's gonna get scarier. He's gonna get scary. My god, he's terrifying.
Objection!
This should be the form that fucking William Afton takes in the next game. Cosmo, sweetheart, it's okay. You don't have to do his bidding. If my learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions, I'm going to waste this. The prosecution would like to crush the defense's arguments slowly but surely. What? Your argument fails to hold water or wine. Oh, Azure, you missed last stream. Azure, no. Azure, you missed last stream. You gotta stay caught up, man. Okay, so we had the realization before the game did that here, I'll go to the court record. Looking at the facial structure, his face is formed the same as Cosmo's. We pulled up an image side by side, and like he's got the very sharp, angular jaw. Where his nose would fall is roughly where Cosmo's was. And then we also found out from Susato, this is what we kind of started to put it together. From Susato, that when Cosmo died on the boat, I'm getting to it, Azure. I'm giving you the backstory because you missed it. So when he died on the boat, they were going to stop in Hong Kong and hand off the body to the local authorities who would bring his bitch, let me talk. Who would bring his body back to Japan for proper rites and burial. That never happened. Somehow between the time that Cosmo died and they got to the port of Hong Kong, his body went missing. Nobody knows where his body went. And that's kind of when it hit us. Which I still don't understand how man survived getting thrown up against a bedpost. Like, the equivalent of what he was thrown on. Do you guys see that wooden knob right there? That's basically what he snapped his neck on. So I haven't totally put together, like, how he fucking survives that. Or if, like, the Russian girl was in on this plot to like, escape Cosmo or something. So he didn't die. He didn't die, essentially, is what we're realizing. And what that means is that Sholmes has been lying to us the whole time. Because you'll remember, that's where we met Sholmes. Was on the boat when he accused us of killing Cosmo. So Sholmes has known the whole time that man was not dead. And we all but confirmed this when we met Van Zykes and the masked man, the apprentice, on at the stage we were investigating before it blew up. And Susato called out to him and said, you know, just like, Kazuma! And the only time we've heard him speak is when he turned back to her and went, Kazuma. So according to Van Zykes, this is a random man who just has amnesia. He just has amnesia and doesn't know his own history. So they fucking took my sweet child, my sweet boy, concussed him, wiped his fucking memory, and turned him from a defense, like a prospective defense attorney, into the assistant to the most vile prosecutor we have ever met. At least they gave him a new sword. That's what's even more fucked up. The sword that he gave us, which I can't remember the name of, but the sword that he gave us was, or that Susato gave us of his, that was his family sword. Like, his soul was bound to that sword. And so to give him another one almost like spits in the face of all of that. It's like, here, we're just gonna give you a shitty replacement because these are of equal value. And like, here's your new identity as a British person. Also, they gave him a shitty mask with a fidget spinner on it, so you know. Now if he gets back, it gets two swords. Right? Dual wielding. Your argument fails to hold water. What have you been talking about for the last 5 minutes? Oh, we're just talking mad shit about you. Oh, I see a regular Tuesday then. On 2 counts. 2? Firstly, before and after the experiment, this witness went nowhere near the kinesis machine. Every relevant member of staff from the exhibition has attested to that. I mean, he wouldn't have to be nearby.
And I believe members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at every public experiment.
In other words, Mr. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages. Objection! But I've already explained why he wouldn't have needed to. The nonsense with the crossbow, that doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed into the tower are one and the same. Why are you insisting this? This is so easy to, like, disprove. The forensics investigation team's report is unequivocal on that point. Ugh! On the second flaw in your assertion is a distinct lack of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so. Neither did Professor Harebrain, you bitch!
Don't bring motive into this. I will tear you apart.
Motive? I have to think of everything myself.
Pretty much.
I have here a contract provided by the witness.
What contract is this, Lord Van Zykes?
A contract rebooting. The contract into which Mr. Drebber... I'm really struggling today here. Hang on. The contract into which Mr. Drebber entered with the victim, Mr. Assman. It reads... Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income.
30%? Certainly very favorable contractual conditions.
I mean, the professor didn't have to pay for the cost then, so... But there was one very important provision bolted onto that clause. What provision? Mr. Drebber may only uphold his right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. Who would think to include this? Who would think to include this? You only, like, this would only be included if someone was gonna get murdered, because that's, like, fucking foreshadowing. In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void. So you see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Assman's death. The diametric opposite, in fact. Need I say more? The witness had neither an opportunity nor a reason to commit the alleged crime. Yeah, but he's not the one on trial here. We are. In short, the possibility of Mr. Drebber having done as you suggest is nil. Ugh. Ah!
It seems the defense's assertion was somewhat wide of the mark. Lord Van Zykes, you will submit the contract as evidence, please.
Okay, everyone shut up. Nope, it's okay. We're just staring down. We're just looking down at the new evidence. We're not giving up. We're just like getting really in close on it. Assman enters in contract with the provider to fund labor and material. Okay. So Assman. Wait. Enters into contract with Mr. Provider to fund labor and materials for the construction of a super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. So, Assman was providing the res. 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income. Drebber only upholds this right on the condition that both contracting parties are alive, which fucking weird to include. The paper is pretty. Enters to fund labor and materials for the construction. It's true. If Drebber had no opportunity to switch the birdcage under the stage with the one in the Crystal Tower, couldn't have done it. And in any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been. Oh wait! I'm so dumb! We absolutely know that it was the wax figurine that went crashing into the... No, shut up, Susato. We absolutely know for certain that it was the wax figure. So Assman died during that plummet because he entered alive then. We know that it was the waxwork that crashed into the Crystal Tower because of this, because there was a fragment of thick glass that looks like it came from the Crystal Tower. So that's how we know that it was the wax figurine that was stolen that went from the balloon into the tower, which makes sense because that's the much harder piece to put a person into. I still don't know how they pulled the swap off. Wait, no, Amanda forgot the wax figure. No, I didn't. I literally just mentioned it. Wait a minute. And this is how they pulled off the switch. Courtney Scythe is involved somehow because she was the one who investigated the body. So she could have cleared the scene and been like, back off, it's time for forensics to investigate, and that's when the bodies were switched. So either it was at the scene or it was back in the office. They like packed up the wax figurine real quick, loaded it up, took it back to her office, and that's where they swapped the bodies. So she's complicit. I don't know why. We don't really know how she's involved yet. I mean, she was involved in the professor case because she was the coroner then. Also, what'd you say, Susato? Sorry, I told you to shut up.
There is one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. There were 2 bird cages. The prosecution is unable to deny that.
Ah.
So I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Naruhodo, and I've no doubt there are other aspects of your assertion that are undeniable truths too.
Just really using the exclamation parts and the ellipses today.
Well, it would seem that the defense has no rejoinder to offer.
Well, I must say I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built, and instead my reputation is defiled.
Bitch, you didn't have a reputation in the first place.
But the prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit.
Objection!
Yeah, Ryu! Yeah! Get him! Get his ass! At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only one birdcage. Yet now we know there must have been 2. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit. Yeah, there are 2 culprits, and this is where we point the finger at Courtney, I guess. Get to the point. Keep talking shit, and I'm gonna say it was you, Van Zykes. Stage demonstration. The was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Drebber. Therefore, it's inconceivable, somebody play it, that you've had no hand in the events that transpired. This is where I hate the stream delay because they're gonna get it so much after me. So if circumstances mean it's impossible,
That would be inconceivable. It's inconceivable! 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 It's inconceivable that anybody could be having a meaningful life today.
thank you, Morgan. I'm out of money. Sucks to be poor, Phoenix. It points to the fact that someone else was involved.
Someone else? Counsel, are you suggesting?
Yes, my lord. Mr. Drebber had an accomplice.
Objection!
An accomplice now? Well then, I presume you're prepared for what's to come. Now that you're accusing not only this witness, but someone else of the most serious of crimes. Are you in college? No, Phoenix, remember, I'm a PhD student, dog. I am not an undergrad and I'm not a master's student. I'm a PhD student. If these accusations turn out to be false, then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander. Try me, bitch.
Well, counsel, do you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter?
What do I do here? Player, what should I do? At this moment, there is little more than a hunch on my part. I don't know if for sure if Drebber had an accomplice, or even if he is really the culprit here. Post-college. Yep, professional student is the term we like to use. One way or another, though, I have to make my position clear here, as a lawyer. So what's my stance going to be? Did Drebber have an accomplice or not? Let's back down. Let's just give up on this line of reasoning. Susato would have our balls if we did that. The defense is ready to name Mr. Drebber's accomplice. Somehow the two bird cages must have been switched. Everything points to that. Yet according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. Updated autopsy report. That inconsistency itself is a clue. As if, like, we already put this together, Ryu, but I appreciate you spelling it out. So let me spell it out.
You have received a stark warning already. If you are nevertheless determined, then I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name. So, your answer, please. Let you spell it out.
A, B, C, D, F, U.
Take that!
The name of the person in question is... What? It's not her? Wait a minute. How is it not her? What? There's literally no one else it could be. Unless it's gonna be Kazuma, unless we're gonna accuse Kazuma here. What the fuck? What's wrong, my Nipponese friend? Surely fear doesn't bind your tongue now. It's a little late for that. Of course I'm afraid. Oh, okay. No, I was right. Okay. It scared me because the music didn't pause, and it was like this person, and which is, you know, usually when it's like the person we're accusing is this person, is like their filler text for just, you know, if wrong answer. I was so sure. I am so sure. There is a brain in here. I'm right, you're wrong, shut up. After all, naming her in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. Freshwater waves. I could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me. I'm sure it will be alright, Mr. Haruhodo. I'll turn on you too. I'll drop kick you at the shins. Thank you, Miss Susato. What was that about shins?
The enemy always appears larger than life, but you'll appear exactly the same to the enemy.
That was real profound. All right, then, here goes. You've kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, Council, now. A person who colluded with Mr. Drebber in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Scythe. This is a good track. This is a good fucking track. On a track, like, connected point, because I discovered this with Azure earlier. Apparently, the person who was brought on to do the music for Pokemon Legends Arceus was the same person who is director of music for the Great Ace Attorney games, which y'all know how much I've been popping off on the soundtrack. So, another point, and the Mander will play Legends Arceus someday.
It sounds like it's not really a streamable game.
In the same way that, like, Breath of the Wild, at least to me, I never wanted to stream it because it is just like chill, casual exploration. So I don't know if I'll stream it. I don't know if I'll stream it when/if I get it, but I will definitely be playing it at some point.
What the blazes are you talking about, Dr. Scythe?
The head of the forensic investigation team and the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim. Why is your arm so long? We know there were 2 bird cages, so who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators, and the area was immediately sealed off. Then everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensic investigation team. When else could the switch have occurred? It can only have been in that team's presence, so the whole team is dirty. Ooh. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demands that Dr. Scythe be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify. He's not talking to anyone. The first 2 are talking because the dude's a simp. The rest of these people aren't talking.
You've got a nerve, lad. Standing up there, dragging the yard sleep through the mud.
I didn't mean to...
I know the woman very well. There's no better dead room worker out there. How dare you call her a criminal?
Don't do it. Don't do it. No, don't fucking do it. My learned friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End at night. But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another grave problem. Haha, funny pun. With your argument. One which the prosecution demands you address at once. A grave problem? Who do you claim? Nope. Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger? What? We've known this for 100 years.
Certainly, if the birdcage containing the body of the victim was exchanged for another, that cage must also have contained a body.
Very tired.
And yet, no missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone even remotely resembling the victim have been reported. Which means there was no one, dead or alive, who could have fulfilled the role of a body double for Mr. Assman.
Sleepy Mander, indeed. Ugh, that's true. If my argument is that there were 2 bird cages, then there must have also been 1 person inside each. You fucking dumbass. You fucking dumbass. You've put all this together, but you haven't figured out the body. But I don't know if I've got an answer to this yet. Have I? What can I do to reveal how the body double stunt was achieved? Very well. The defense will address my learned friend's concerns. Oh! Get him, Ryu! Get him, bitch! By presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Assman's body double. Can you take it as well as you can dish it, Van Zykes? Because I don't want to hear your bitch-ass attitude otherwise.
Good gracious, evidence. I do hope this isn't filibustering, Counsel. The Senate's trying to get rid of that clause. The court is expecting a name.
If you think you have relevant evidence, present it now.
The body double and the birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage, which is still fucking insane. Which means that any witnesses would have only seen them from 60 feet away. So who was it that appeared out of that explosion some 18 meters above the spectators?
The game won't let me.
Aha! You're fucking kidding me, man. The body double inside the second birdcage was...
Take that!
Okay. Again, the music didn't stop, so I get nervous. We know that the victim, Mr. Assman, was in the birdcage that was situated inside the kinesis machine on stage. And again, honestly, this would have been easier if Courtney had dressed up as the victim and done the first part, and then you put the body, the already dead body with the balloon in the, with the cage in the balloon and have that drop, because then, boom, body's at the scene. Problem solved. But therefore, he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage and staying in. Instead, that contains something else. What's been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into the Crystal Tower.
Yes, Counsel, according to your somewhat elaborate version of events.
And that body double inside the second birdcage was, in fact, Terrorize.
It's all right, Mr. Naruhodo. You're ready for this. Just steel yourself and come out with it.
Thank you, Miss Susato. I needed that. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was, as unbelievable as it may seem, that thing there. Apparently this has been in the courtroom the whole time. Did we just point without opening our eyes? That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Open your eyes and look into mine, my Nipponese friend. Bing! Right? Who brought this in? Now tell me, what are you playing at? Stand firm now, Ryunosuke. This is the time to show your Japanese spirit. As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. Oh no, uh-oh. Uh-oh, we got a bad slap. That means we're on the wrong track. A model, in fact, of an infamous London murderer from 10 years ago, the Professor. Objection! Started by indicting the leader of the forensic investigation team as an accomplice in this crime. And now you've moved on to indicting Waxworks. Yes, that's about the size of it. But why? And why this waxwork? It looks nothing like the victim. In fact, it could hardly resemble him less. Only if we had given him some big mommy milkers and a low-cut corsage would it work. What possible justification can you give? Really popping my peas, I apologize. If you want to know why, ask Mr. Drebber. What? Just days before Professor Harebrain performed his public demonstration, Mr. Drebber abducted this model from Madame Tuspel's.
Did you say abducted?
Look, man, it's not my fault that all these criminals come up with these ridiculous plots, right? Just because I'm solving them doesn't mean it's my fault that they're fucking batshit insane. And 2 days after the incident at the Grand Exhibition, he returned it to the museum. And the timing.
Is this true, Mr. Drebber?
I'm so sorry. I'm not actually tired. I'm really not tired at all, I promise. At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Drebber would have stolen the waxwork and then given it back again, because I'm stupid. But now, the reason is clear. There we go, proper slam. He took it so that he could put it inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Assman.
Objection!
Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? that the witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist. That he did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner on public stage in front of a vast audience.
Oh, you bitch. How do you get out of this? We have just, like, basically proven this. How the fuck are you gonna turn the jury against us?
And that, to effect the deception, he used a waxwork model that in no way resembles the victim. Are we really to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide?
Objection!
Van Zykes, you absolute motherfucker.
Wait!
Yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible.
My lord!
No, 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 no. I hate the jury system. I fucking hate this jury system.
I need to speak, if you please.
Go ahead, Mr. Foreman.
Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement. What?
Very good. In that case,
Andrever's been doing the robot assumedly for hours. Assumedly his whole life, man.
ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your leanings for the court to hear.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty!
Kill me.
Oh, like you said, gild me. That is officially the hardest and quickest 180 we have ever taken from us. In a normal Phoenix Wright game, we would have just, like, the witness would just collapse there. Because we had proven his entire thing. But in this fucking game, the jury just said, oh, you've explained the whole thing? Guilty.
So, as indicated by the foreman, the jury has reached a consensus.
That was gonna happen.
We shall get through this, Mr. Naruhodo, as we always do. And uncover some new truths along the way, I'm quite sure.
Yes, I agree. I'm going to have to appeal to the jurors as usual and see if I can persuade them to change their minds.
The defense will now embark on a summation examination. Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman?
We are, my lord.
Very well. In that case, I ask you now to state clearly for all present to hear the grounds on which each of you has decided, that decided that the defendant is guilty of the crime of which he is charged.
Okay, I'm gonna click forwards with the music, but I just realized, I mean, I didn't just realize, but I have a pot boiling on the stove. Sam's getting his new tank set up probably this weekend, which is super exciting. But it means I'm essentially boiling wood to get all the shit out of it so it's safe to go in his tank, and so that's on the stovetop right now. You know, typical Friday, I'm playing lawyer game and boiling wood. I'm not a loser, you are. So I am gonna real quick just go check on that, see if I need to top off the water. And then I'll be right back. I also might make a smoothie. Guys, I'm gonna make a fucking smoothie. Let's make a smoothie. Yeah, let's make a fucking smoothie, bitches. All right.
All right, I'm back. Sorry for the wait, guys. There we go. Thank you for waiting for me. I have in return. Let me show. Look at how beautiful the smoothie is. Look at how pretty that color is. It's a so it's a dragon fruit mango smoothie with protein powder and chia seeds thrown in for health. That just tastes like dessert. That just tastes like fucking dessert. That's amazing. I love dragon fruit. Dragon fruit and mango. Top 3 fruits: pomegranate, mango, dragon fruit. Hot take, fucking love pomegranate, but dragon fruit is really good. It's got a lot of good shit in it for you. Anyway, let's continue.
I've known that one for years. She'd never be an accomplice to anything. It's utter nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving with one another.
Oh dear, this is most troubling. But surely the waxwork is not the man stole is nothing to do with the coroner, is it?
I even had my own problems with the members of the police. I do not trust much.
When in doubt, Italian.
I've seen no rigorous proof that this waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture.
Accusing someone without right evidences. It's not proper job, is he? I will have it.
Not very decisive evidence from you fuckers. But not that I'm surprised.
Somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinion.
Never had dragon fruit? Highly recommend.
Given that its face is obscured and its build in no way resembles that of the victim, I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting it as Mr. Assman's body double. Yes, the applause is deafening. Yes, I know it seems extraordinary, but that's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes.
What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo?
I can't explain why at the moment, but I have a feeling as though there's a specific reason why it was used, why it had to be this model.
Really? A reason why nothing else would do, you mean?
Yes, and I'm convinced it's something far more significant than whether or not the model looks like the victim.
Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs.
Why can I not present my piece of glass? Why the fuck? I have to find a way out of this.
If you are ready, counsel, you may proceed with summation examination.
Yes, my lord. Look at our man looking fly as fuck.
Twitchery do in the corner there.
Alright. Known for years she'd never be an accomplice.
It's nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving with one another. Surely the waxwork the man stole is nothing to do with the coroner, is it?
I don't know, bitch, you tell- wait. She's under a different name now. I didn't notice that. I thought the name was the same. Oops.
Why are you in a different...
Just figured out the Cosmo bit. One of Lord Strongheart's most trusted allies, that bitch was in charge of what happened to Cosmo, so he used her to make sure the body got fucked. Okay. Why does her face look familiar? Ew. Okay. No rigorous proof that this waxwork was under inside the conjecture. So we have to, don't fuck them. I meant fucked up. I just spoke too fast. I think this is where we're gonna show the glass to prove to him. Without evidence, it's not right. Okay. That's nice, little girl. I don't know why you're here. I know it seems a little far-fetched to think that the waxwork model of the professor was in that birdcage. That's professor with a capital P, by the way, for those listening at home.
The professor is going to be separate from Professor Hairbrain. We're gonna have a fun job keeping track of that. But on the other hand, it explains a lot.
There really is a reason why that particular waxwork had to be used as Mr. Assman's double. We must do everything we can to make the jurors understand it.
Truth is, I'm sure that's the key to it, but it's the most puzzling part of it, too.
In that case, you should see what additional information you can glean whilst trying to change the jurors' minds. You can read a book whilst eating a rice cracker, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sure you can do this.
Right. Yes. Those are the same thing.
Hold it!
The order of things seems to have changed around here for some reason.
I'm a copper, lad. It's a copper's discretion to bend the rules sometimes when needs must. What's wrong with that? I have a gun. I'm going to wield it in the court.
Where do I start?
I've been working at the yard for 40-odd years.
That's even more than I thought.
We've only had a metropolitan police service in town for 70 years, you know. Of course, times have changed. The public didn't trust coppers back when I started. It was rough. We had to fight crime, and we had to fight to win the public's trust as well. And when we did, forensic science was in its infancy too, even more than it is now. And she spearheaded the revolution.
Dr. Scythe, you mean?
That's right, about 10 years ago now.
10 years ago? Flashback to 10 years ago.
When I was still a youngish Bobby on the beat. That's when she started making a name for herself as a top-class coroner. Updating autopsy reports left and right, and now look at her, head of the forensic investigation team. And a woman, no less. Hard to imagine those tits didn't get in the way of her work. You won't hear me complain. It's what we all dreamt of back then, I tell you. Being bossed around by a woman.
Could you tell me without holding that gun in the air?
We were all out to uphold justice, lad. Full of them we were. Full of them.
That's coming across loud and clear. Cool. Useless. Nonsense to think those two would ever be working together. But we're only just starting to understand this case. What are you reading there, sir?
The man behind those murders on St. Paul Street was caught in 2 days flat. That's real policing for you.
That's really not relevant to this case, is it?
You're wrong there. Because it was Dr. Scythe in charge of examining the bodies. And it was evidence arising from her work that led to the arrest of the scoundrel responsible.
Oh.
That's right. Oh. That woman is at the forefront of this country's fight against crime. The idea that she's somehow involved in this murky business is a load of old tosh.
I thought it was up to me to press the jurors, not the other way around. Cool. Nowhere. I think she and 5 are probably or she and 4 are our best potential avenues in.
Hold it!
Or pitting the magician against the actual cop. Why would you assume that? Well, quite simply because that unsettling swindler has no relationship with the woman, does he? True. As it stands, we don't know of any connection. Oh, gosh! But it would be delightfully romantic if they were somehow to have a mutual interest in the waxwork. Romantic? A woman of society such as myself views everything in terms of relationships, you know. Well, you learn something new every day, if you don't want to. One might wonder about a possible relationship between the defendant and this coroner woman. Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor just there. She ships it! This woman may be more astute than I've been giving her credit for.
That's the woman's stance. Perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Scythe would be enough.
Yes, I agree. As soon as we have even a whiff of a connection, she'll be the first to know. Okay?
Hold it!
What sort of problems? That's just to say we'd have run into each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing on the street. Right, I see. Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we work in closer proximity to our audiences, so we perform our great magic in parks, on street corners, and the like. But the police use every excuse to make our lives difficult. Yep, there it is. I knew it was going to be between these fuckers.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Do you have something to say in response to that, Mr. Ottermole? AKA juror number 6?
Who are you calling a mass murderer?
Sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him.
I don't look nothing like the man. You want to be locked up, Sonny?
Thanks, Mr. Sholmes. Perhaps we can move on. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what juror number 3 just said. Stop spinning that gun, please, sir. Oh my god, we're gonna have another victim here. Clearly you do.
Back in my day, back in the good old days, it wasn't like this.
What was it like, sir?
We worked our fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust, we did. And by Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then.
Respected you?
No one would have called a coroner into question in them days. A coroner's report was the hallmark of an investigation done right, especially when Dr.
Courtney Stevens put her name to it. Always get them worked up. They spill the details you need.
She was the best of the best of the apple of the horse's eye.
Okay, you're gonna just shut up right there, please. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens?
Sorry, got a bit carried away there.
Stevens is Dr. Scythe's maiden name. Oh, she's married. Sorry, Simps. Her maiden name. So that was before she was married.
Of course, yes, silly me. It's Scythe now, isn't it?
How would you not know that? It's been 10 years. Stevens. Sure, I've seen that name somewhere recently.
Anyway, the point is, those are the great days of policing, not like now.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. But do you think you could change your statement to include that name?
Oh, yes, I don't see why not.
This might be going too far too fast. Because what binds the two of these is the autopsy report of the professor. So the waxwork is a waxwork of someone that she took the autopsy of, which is a connection. But I don't know if I'm going too early.
Objection!
Nope, I'm right on time. Those two statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious, to whose statements do you refer, counsel?
So, juror number 2. Oh, gosh! Me? What can I do for you? I presume that you heard what juror number 6 said in his statement. It's brought to light the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Scythe, which in turn has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before. Well, naturally, as a woman of society, I find such connections and relationships irresistible. But, oh golly, I'm afraid I fail to see what you mean. Dr. Scythe's maiden name is Stevens, and through that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. The defense has evidence to prove it. My goodness, evidence, you say? How utterly enthralling.
Counsel the cop to not overlook that last remark. Fucking prove it, bitch!
Of course, my lord. I would ask the court to look at this. The evidence? Okay. So I didn't know if they were going to give us this opportunity, but let me spell it out.
Take that!
I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago. Would a Mr. Edgeworth care to update it? No? All right, we're going to run with it.
A 10-year-old autopsy report? What relevance does that have?
It is, of course, from the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the Professor.
The Professor's? But the man was a capital offender, so...
That's right. This is the certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. So it's not an autopsy report, it's a certification of death. That is a different thing. Because an autopsy is to discover the cause of death, which presumably if we watched him get hanged, we would know what the cause of death was. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives few details. But what's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens. Oh my, Courtney Stevens.
Strike a light!
It appears that the professor's autopsy was conducted by this Dr. Scythe 10 years ago. And a few days ago, Mr. Drebber Sorry, jury, I'm gonna try again. And a few days ago, Mr. Drebber very deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor from Madame Tuspel's. A waxwork that doesn't in fact resemble the victim, Mr. Assman, at all. And do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between these events? Absolutely, I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the professor case is at the heart of a link that we have yet to uncover. Between Dr. Courtney Scythe and Mr. Enoch Drebber. That's interesting. Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. This is all most extraordinary. We're surely obliged now to explore this further. Together.
Quite right. We can't let this trial come to an end now. I want to see my girlfriend! Not that there's a cloud of suspicion hanging over the yard's best coroner. It wasn't like this in my day, but we're still here to uphold justice in the end.
Ran out of air, sorry. Up yours, Van Zykes. Up yours. It's a professor. That's what links that frightful swindler and the coroner. All right. What did his change to? Oh, I don't even get to look at his. Fun. Thanks. Sorry, juror number 6. Oh, no, there it is. The yard coroner's under suspicion that we're not done yet here. Okay. Never mind. I forgot that he goes first. How does the flame keep popping out? British technology. Do you think I think I present the glass here. I think.
Hold it!
Or, no, I can't. Gas! Altman gas or whatever it was. But you claimed the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick.
That I did, but there's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there?
Sorry?
I grant you, given that this cage appeared from amidst an explosion, there'd have been no need to use a real person. Excuse you, child.
Yes!
But if a waxwork had been used, the culprit could at least have the decency to make it look like the victim.
I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency.
The point is, if you're going to make a claim about that waxwork being inside the birdcage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, it's just not science.
You won't let me. I can't present to the jurors. I can just pit them against each other.
I suppose we should expect nothing less than a logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society. But that perhaps means his mind could be changed if we manage to present suitable evidence. I'm trying!
Evidence that the professor waxwork, can I produce that or not? Okay, so I did have to press. I just had to press all the way through. Actually, I have something I'd like you to see, sir.
Oh? I must warn you that I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats.
Would you take a look at yourself, sir?
So given your jet black outfit, I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation here.
So you don't trust anyone in black? Looking in the mirror must be very trying. Thank you, Ryu. I have some evidence.
Take that!
What's that? A piece of glass? Oh, it's unusually thick with 3 C's for glass.
Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket on the waxwork.
As you say, it's not ordinary glass, though. It's very thick, with 3 C's, and made for extra strength. Much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower.
The Crystal Tower! Holy smoke!
All the men are just turning into old white British men.
Exactly, the centerpiece of the Great Exhibition where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through a window of that special glass. How did wood break that glass? That's bullshit. Wait. If that's a wooden cage, there's no way that broke through an inch-thick piece of glass. Not happening.
From whence the small piece originated, is that it?
Precisely. So, what do you say? Now that clear evidence in support of the assertion has been placed before you.
Well, as I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say color shouldn't come into it. In light of what you've shown me here, yes, I feel that I should change my position on the matter. In that case, juror number 4, you will amend your statement now, please.
Why didn't that sway him? Oh, I pit him against her.
Objection!
Great. Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Oops.
Good gracious, to whose statements do you refer, counsel?
If you could put down your corn for a moment, juror number 5. We're not in Wisconsin after all.
You mean me?
Nope.
Oh, you mean me?
Nope.
Oh, you mean me?
No, what the fuck was her voice? I'm not gonna place it. You've pointed out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence. AKA what the prosecution's been doing this entire time, but let's not get into that. But the accusation that the waxwork model was inside the second birdcage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence, as the defense demonstrated to the jurors sitting beside you. Put the fucking corn down.
Oh, is that right?
No, what the... Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument?
I don't understand much because it's Colonel Cop, to be honest.
She's just an old lady. I can't... What was the fucking kid's voice? Of course you don't.
If I could interject here.
Please do, sir.
Now that this assertion of yours about the waxwork has been backed up by some solid evidence, it would be wrong of me as a man of science not to pursue the matter further.
Yeah, you could have done this last time, but that's fine. Okay.
Well, me too, then.
Sorry?
If this Brady gentleman says he's right, then he must be. See, I wouldn't dream of going against Colonel Cobb or anyone who's got stuff in between the ears.
I don't get her deal. Why is she here? Yeah, she's a child. There's no way she's, like, eligible to sit on a jury. Success! You can call it that.
Thank you, counsel. That will do. As a result of the summation examination, the jury's overall leading has changed. 2 jurors now call guilty, against 4 who call not guilty. And the other 2 are pricks anyway. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time, and the trial must continue!
We did it! You act so surprised. We've gotten through every single one that we've attempted.
Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Another wonderful victory.
See that, Cosmo? Was that hot or what?
A waxwork of the despicable professor, used as a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I must say, it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true. However, it would appear that it does at least warrant further investigation.
It's the waxwork of the professor that links Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe. And I'm convinced that there's a special significance to that link.
I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad. I really don't. The truth, sir. We're using evidence and testimony.
If the court is to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case, then the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness.
The owner?
Madame Spells. I really thought that Lord Van Zykes would object to this whole line of inquiry.
Yeah, I did too.
Very well, I concur. Make arrangements for Madame Spells to appear as a witness with immediate effect.
Apprentice, go do my bidding. Listen carefully, my learned friend. Oh, yes? You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box.
All of your threats have been empty up to this point, so I'm really not afraid of anything you say.
The court shall now adjourn for 45 minutes. During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witness and prepare her for taking the stand.
Well, shit, I could have made my smoothie now. Oh well.
Madame de Spells, yes, I shall see to it at once, my lord.
Alright, we're just gonna keep charging. We're gonna keep on chugging. Yes, I do think we will save. Okay, here we go. Court dance break time.
Why will you be using the monkey bars and the swings? Nobody else can go on them during the recess. But Van Zykes, those are the best options. I don't care. Go on the kiddie slide. Oh, the knight errant himself.
Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes?
I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs, as a spectator at least.
I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself.
I have to ask. What on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What's this professor business all about? He doesn't look like any professor I've ever met before. Who even is he?
Oh, of course. We're in Germany already 10 years ago.
Yes, the professor. When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? My heartfelt sympathies. Ah ha 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 ha.
Bitch. As it turns out, Lord Van Zykes is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realized, isn't he?
Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dock.
And now a waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. I imagine even the shrewd Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man. Emotional damage.
Make it sound deliberate.
I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling.
Oh yes, in what particular manner?
Well, there's Mr. Trevor, Dr. Scythe, and Lord Van Zykes. It seems that everybody in the trial has a link to the case somehow.
Yeah. In fact, I alone am not a member of the set. So that leaves me as an empty set, all alone with no intersection to any other.
Excuse me? Oh. Hang on, I need to message her. I need to message Haley because I don't remember what her voice was. Because I don't remember what this voice was. Low Russian. Low Russian. Gee, thanks, Haley. What are you typing? Sorry, I'm messaging with Haley.
So she's doing D&D right now, and she's playing a character who's crying. Like, she's in the middle of crying in character. I saw it coming from a mile away. I saw it coming from a fucking mile away. So she's crying in the middle of character, and I went, LMAO, did your husband die? And she goes, yeah. Amazing. Dr. Scythe. Oh, Dr. Courtney Scythe, nay Stevens. Good day to you. Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you. Nope, that's just more German. Russian in Russia. Forgot to ask, how you guys D&D session? We're still not finished. We're hoping to maybe finish it tomorrow, potentially. We'll see. Yeah, that's the game plan, is we're gonna try and finish it tomorrow before the wedding. What in particular, pray? You requested the 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you? Why would you assume such a thing? Because Gregson told me.
She's not Russian. Haley, you fucked that up.
I just see her as very, like, stoic and cold. I think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory, wielding my scalpel. I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant. Almost like I'm working in a hospital in 2021 or 22. A policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Scythe. And I've accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened. That certainly won't be possible. Lord Van Sykes won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Oh, fuck. Lord Strongheart? Big Orange Power Man vibes. Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. But attempting to hide from the truth, that's cowardice. You're a little bitch. It's fought crime in the way that I see fit. I have no regrets, none at all. And that's all I came here to say. Are you just gonna walk out of here? Are you serious? So, good day to you. No. No. She mentioned it too. This Pandora's box. Whatever does it all mean? I presume you've never read a Greek myth, have you? There's really no cause for concern. I assure you, when the trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent, whether you'd like it to or not. Huh? Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits. I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much. Ah, yes, one word of warning before I go. If in the course of the trial this afternoon you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. Oh boy. All right, I understand. Thank you. Good. I shall make myself scarce then. None too soon. I purchased a bar of caramel earlier, so I shall be gnawing on that as you gnaw away at the truth. Y'all remember what eating in public was like? What did that warning from Mr. Sholmes really mean, I wonder? Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass. And with that, we're gonna go right on into the next section of the trial. I need next page. And I've not been looking at the, I promise, I've not been looking at, oh fuck, I just lost all of OBS. Oh, no. Okay. I'm not looking at the guide to like get the right answers.
I just have it up to see how many sections we have, so I know if like I can do the next section on stream. So now 2.5 hours, this will probably be another hour, so yeah, hoping to wrap by 1 o'clock.
I'm determined to find the truth, no matter what.
$12:40 p.m. Here we go. There's so many seeds in this because I put the chia seeds in and then dragon fruit seeds, so I have to like... It takes me a while every time I sip. It's probably also shit in my teeth, but oh well.
In her name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready and able to continue?
The prosecution is ready, my lord. Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready.
As the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectation,
as seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord.
I'm just going to let that one slide, I guess. Let us begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the waxwork was carnally involved in this matter. Lord Van Zykes.
My lord.
Are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Tuspels?
Not at all. She's in the antechamber as we speak and ready to be summoned.
Oh, French time!
Bring in the witness.
At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame Tuspels to the stand.
Things are about to become a lot more intense. You know that because the camera rotated. If Drebber is responsible, as I'm sure he is,
it means he must have had an accomplice in Dr. Scythe.
And what connects the pair of them is the waxwork.
Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present, it's all we have to go on.
Oh boy. She's making a Sholmes! She's actually making a Sholmes waxwork.
State your name and occupation for the court, please.
My name is Madame Esmeralda Tuspels. I am a waxwork artisan and the proprietress of the Madame Tuspels Museum de Waxwork. You will have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon.
Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Now there are 2 of them in the world.
Oh my! What expression is she carving onto that face?
A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this?
Oui, that is true. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped.
A waxwork model? Kidnapped?
Yes, oui, my lord. Oui, mon roi. There was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I have just been told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. Je comprends it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim.
At present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense.
He's been in the same pose as he was in the museum. I mean, she's only got a head. She does not have enough wax to build it on site.
This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. O.D. Assman.
Monsieur, I know him well. He is a part of my odious personage exhibit. I detest to say what is evident, but Mr. Assman does not resemble the professor at all.
Yes, but perhaps their faces are very similar.
Are you suggesting that we should see now the demasked visage of the professor? I have here the key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock.
This is absurd.
A
pardon? I don't know what face you've carved onto your fancy figure beneath the mask. But clearly it won't be that of the actual killer.
Indeed. The man's identity was never made public after all.
Trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret. There is no possible way that a repository of tawdry exhibits get its hand on that information. Quel dommage. It would seem you are unaware of the Prospel's principles.
Get his ass, ma'am. Get his mask. Get his ass. What principles?
The family Prospels has always prided itself on sculpting its models à la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. Et voilà, our principles.
There is a rumor legend about the Prospels waxwork from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the Prospels family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed.
Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now.
I believe the queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine site.
You are correct. The model is on display still today in the House of Horrors. We Prospels will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects.
Even picking up a head.
Dear me, a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose.
It is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family's secret for generations.
Do you mean to say that beneath that mask?
Oui, the true visage of the killer is there. This is ludicrous. It's out of the question. The professor spent terror to that Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Prospel's special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer emerging from his own grave. It is a sight to behold. You should come.
I think, madam, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on this matter. We'll explain every detail of this macabre model and your personal involvement in its creation.
Avec plaisir.
Man, I miss French. I miss French. I really do. I want to go back. Paris or Madagascar again would be lovely.
The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with Prospel's family principles.
How did they let her get anywhere near the body, though?
I enlisted the aid of the grave digger and created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered.
Okay. Okay.
The gravedigger, the man sanctioned this.
Oui, I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family is celebrated for. Nobody else knew, only the gravedigger. What harm did it do, huh?
So you truly saw it. The face of that monster.
Naturellement, I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret.
But Prospels would not be Prospels if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures.
I don't believe this. Yeah, he's not ready for this information. It sounds like we're gonna unmask it and he's gonna have to see the face of the dude that killed his brother, and it's probably gonna be somebody he knows. Oh boy. If it's Sholmes, I'm getting cracked.
I myself have seen the special exhibit at your museum, madame. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave.
The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
The special exhibit was based upon the picture on this article.
that Mr. Asman signed off on? What the fuck? Oh. At Lowgate Cemetery, just behind the prison, on the night of that foul demon's execution, the newly interred professor forced off his grave cover as he clawed free of the earth. The young man who witnessed the scene was on the verge of raising a shriek when, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the retired man's chest, whose breath then stilled. The youth then finally released the scream he had been holding and ran for his life. So he was coming out of the grave, and then somebody shot him. Wait. From behind? Oh, from behind Drebber then. Because if you shot from behind, the gravestone would be in the way. Interesting.
It was the most detailed account of what happened, as reported by the eyewitness who saw it.
Okay, we'll go... Oh, the resurrected man. Okay. And rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words. I like to think that everyone's like opening their newspaper to this now. University experienced shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms. Why would that be important? Hey, Charles Darwin! Dope. That's cool. Mad Sheep Rampage. Was the bald mask to blame for the Great Blaze? The fire that engulfed the popular theatre continues to draw attention as reports that Her Majesty Queen Victoria herself visited the Royal Italian Opera to inspect the site and offer words of condolences to the theatre's owner, Mr. Frederick Guy. Guy? The theatre had been under lease to famed magician John Henry Anderson, and there's some speculation that the blame for the fire lies squarely with him for his insistence on holding his bal masqué there, because his magical tricks have played a trick on him, costing the city a great center for the arts. The investigation into the true cause is expected to continue into next month, if not beyond, according to our sources. Why is Mr. Assman's name on this drawing?
The public enjoy absurdity, monsieur. That is why I have reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum.
And it's a waxwork from that exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it?
Oui, that is correct. The professor you see before you here.
Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination.
This waxwork links Drebber to Dr. Scythe. Has to be some reason for that, which hasn't yet come to light. But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Scythe and Drebber were in on this crime together. Open your newspaper to Article 12. Open your newspaper to Article 394. Oh, we got fully healed. Nice. I could have taken more risks. Oh well. Okay, based on a rumor that shocked society in London, an impression of the face was taken directly from the corpse. I enlisted the gravedigger, made a mold for the head in the cemetery just before he was buried. I hid myself until he gave me a single. I was there for a very long time. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered. Interesting bullet point. So that's all I have to go on.
What's your feeling, Mr. Naruhodo?
For some reason, Dr. Scythe went along with Drebber's plan. Now, if that's really true, then the professor's the only other thing we know of that links the pair of them. So I feel sure that waxwork must be a clue to this mystery somehow.
In that case, we must use this cross-examination to uncover exactly what it means. Otherwise, the jurors are sure to revert their leanings and the trial will be over.
I agree. But interestingly, uncovering what the professor has to do with all of this means more to Lord Van Zykes than anyone. That's the impression I'm getting anyway.
Yes, as do I.
Anders Two-Good Ace Attorney. I guess you could say that. After all, he has a profound connection to the professor as well. His brother is dead! Okay. I guess we press. And that rumor would be
a 10-year-old tale now, but one that no Londoner would ever forget.
Nope, I'm British now.
Oh, right, I know just what you're talking about, I think.
Of course, it couldn't be anything else. Yes, that story will never disappear. I'm French now. Fuck the voices.
The tale of the condemned killer rising from the dead. That is the central attraction of my House of Horrors. The rumor was whispered all over the city, and it was like this.
I don't know who's talking now. I'm guessing it's her.
It was in Lowgate Cemetery behind the prison, in the dead of night after the execution of the killer. The interred professor slid back the stone slab, uncovering his tomb, and emerged from the grave. A young man who witnessed this felt a scream welling up inside him. But an instant later, he heard an ear-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder.
Okay, so it was someone behind them. So the professor was facing, so the professor got shot head on. What's my accent again? Man, I don't fucking know. I didn't know you had one.
The bullet struck the emerging corpse, and he fell motionless once more. The scream finally found its way from the mouth of the young witness, who turned and ran for his life.
Why? He's dead now. You're fine. He's shot. The corpse climbed out of his own grave?
And then somebody shot him. Who was it?
Van Sykes, did you get a gun?
Nobody knows, even today. But remember, it was just a rumor. Perhaps nothing more than a ghost story. The good people of London, they love stories like this. That is why it was in every newspaper across the capital.
But is it just a story? I mean, this is exactly the scene that can be seen today at your museum, isn't it?
Oui, the special exhibit was modeled on that very illustration. A while afterwards, the contents of that article were reproduced in every newspaper imaginable. Might I say something? Please go ahead, mademoiselle. When something is described as a rumor, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's entirely made up. I believe that often rumors contain elements of the truth. I see that people from the East can be just as astute as people of Europe. Can we be sure, for instance, that was kind of unnecessary, but I'll keep going. Can we be sure, for instance, that the professor's execution was successful?
Oh. I was talking about Dispel's voice. Oh, fair. Got it. I think the lag is just, I'm so sorry, chat. I don't know why you guys are so far behind. Azure, we really need to figure out what the fuck is going on with this internet cable.
It is not possible for the dead to come back to life.
Sorry?
10 years ago, I was there in Lowgate Cemetery after the criminal known as the professor was killed by hanging. I took a wax impression of his visage from the corpse just before it was interred. So I can assure you, the man was dead.
See. It would certainly appear that the condemned man suffered the intended fate. I don't know! We've seen plenty of instances now where someone was supposedly dead and we got up close and personal with him and then he turned out not to be dead. Kazuma. Never not gonna be salty about this. Impression of the face was taken directly from the corpse. As you do. Is that true of every waxwork in your museum then?
It is, assuming the subject is dead, of course. 5 subjects have to cooperate in a similar way. I have letters from imprisoned criminals all the time, you know.
What sort of letters?
When my time comes, please make a waxwork of me. Comme ça.
No!
My museum is famous, monsieur. To be made into a waxwork is an honor, and for some criminals, a symbol of status even.
Because nothing says hardened criminal better than wax.
And it is thanks to one killer in particular that my museum has gained such popularity in London. I refer to the star of the special exhibit, of course, the professor.
Whose form you claim to have captured by taking an impression from the actual corpse.
There are no exceptions to the principles of Dispels.
Hey, hold it!
The gravedigger helped you out. Who the fuck was the gravedigger? Surely that's illegal, isn't it?
It would seem the proprietress of this repository of novelties was blinded by monetary greed.
It had nothing to do with money. The man is part of London's criminal history.
That is why I had to sculpt him, to record this history.
It is the raison d'etre of the Tuspers Museum.
But if the man was convicted in a closed court and sent for immediate execution, then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present know the killer's true identity. Also, wait. Did she just make a cast of the face and take it home, and then once the story broke was like, well, I guess I know how the exhibit's gonna look? That's weird.
I assure you, behind that mask is hidden the true face of the professor.
Do you realize what you're saying? The professor's identity is a national secret.
Je comprends. I understand. And now that the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed, it must perhaps close.
Of course it will, as will your entire museum if you don't tread very carefully, madame.
That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think. Don't you?
So 10 years ago, on the night of the professor's execution, you took a wax impression of his face from the corpse?
Oui, exactement.
Hid yourself, you were hiding for a long time. We're there longer than you expected to be.
I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver filled open, and I had some problems with the chin.
Dare I ask?
The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing, and consequently, the chin would not align itself correctly. Jesus Christ! What a horrible thought! Under normal circumstances, I would have had an assistant with me. However, that night I was alone. And as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time.
What do you mean? She's literally explaining, Ryu. Just shut up and let her talk.
When I take the impression of the visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death.
Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant?
It is because of rigor mortis.
And this is where my case with Kazuma comes in. What the fuck? Because he died in the night, and he would have long set into rigor mortis by the time that his body was found. And we would have known that. We got up at close personal with him. We definitely touched him. There's no way we didn't know that he was dead. A wriggly mortis?
It's the name given to a phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles of the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And then from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered.
Well, that was an education, if a slightly scary one.
As the mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and it starts in the jaw.
Why in the jaw, I wonder? You would think in the fingers.
I see, so that's why you wait.
Before that time, the mouth falls open, and it is very difficult to do my work.
Ugh, it's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. Now, what did we learn today in science class, kids?
Mommy, I learned about bodies!
It's significant. The information about rigor mortis that you just shared with us, would you mind including it in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see.
Of course, I do not mind at all. And I'm feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave.
Susato, that's beneath you. This is no time for jokes, Miss Susato.
No time for jokes? Then what is your entire legal career? I've sat by and listened to you make a joke of yourself in front of the whole court how many times?
All right, Susato, Jesus, I'm sorry. Madam, kindly amend your testimony as discussed.
Bien sûr.
Okay.
took me a very long time because it was before the onset of rigor mortis. So she was there at 3 a.m.? Is that what they're saying? Oh, so it was before 3 a.m. is what she's saying. Okay. Let's just press that again, just to be sure. Rigor mortis being the phenomenon you described, whereby the corpse becomes stiff after death. I think you said it starts at the jaw about 3 hours post-death. Is that right?
Oui, c'est ça. Of course, the exact duration depends a little on the season.
I didn't realize a waxwork artisan would be so well versed in the subject.
Bien sûr, I am actually a letterer. Hands up! Oh no, that is only elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine.
Medicine? Well, I had no idea about it, but maybe I won't admit to my ignorance about forensic science.
I can ask my father to give you a very simple primer if you like.
I think corpses should be your domain. I'm not good with them.
Oh dear, I'll do my very best.
You're a 16-year-old girl. You become in charge of the corpses instead of me, the adult. As dawn approached, I was very worried that we discovered. Oh, so here it is, because it was before rigor mortis, but if she hadn't done it yet until dawn, that would have been. What is the earliest possible sunrise? I think it's like 5 a.m. 5 a.m. in the summer. So that still would have been plenty after rigor mortis. That's confusing. Nope. How do I be like, your sentence now contradicts what you've said?
Hold it!
You say that dawn was approaching. What was the time of day then? Approximately. Okay, thanks, Ryu.
Oui, I could not say. When I left the cemetery with my utensils and wax, the morning light was becoming visible.
The execution took place on 17th June, which had the earliest sunrise of that year. That's what I was trying to figure out. Thank you, Van Zykes. You're actually useful.
Indeed it did. First light would have been at around 4:40 in the morning.
Really is early.
The fact is, I had very little time, so I finished my work in half an hour. It was necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before daybreak, of course. If somebody had discovered me there, it would have been a catastrophe. So I had to hurry.
Ari, is it me or does Mr. Sholmes seem to be taking shape much more quickly now too?
You certainly appear to go to extraordinary lengths for your work, madame.
I wonder, is what she just said particularly significant? Yes, it is! Madame, those details about how long it took you to complete the sculpture and the early sunrise, could you include them in your testimony? I believe they may be significant.
Of course, if you would like me to. You're quite right, Mr. Naruhodo. It is intriguing. A sunrise at 4 in the morning would be absolutely unimaginable at home, wouldn't it?
That's not quite what I meant by significant. Amend your formal testimony. Avec plaisir. Okay. Hurried to finish my work in the half hour before sunrise, then I left as soon as the corpse was interred. So... it's really the fact that these two sentences cannot be said back to back. Nope, shit. Unless the point then being he... There it is. There it is. It's because she said the doctor said that the death was confirmed at midnight, but obviously she's in on it, so she falsified the time of death, and he wasn't actually dead until that gunshot hit him in the chest. But why was she not there then when he rose out of the casket? This is confusing. The timing of things is not lining up.
Hold it!
Did you have reason to believe you might be discovered once the sun came up or something?
I paid the Great Digger money to keep my little secret, of course. But with the morning light, I knew that the warden from the prison would commence his patrol of the area.
Couldn't you have just paid off the warden too then?
I had already paid the Great Digger, as I said. You cannot buy the silence of everyone, or the secret is no longer a secret, huh?
Sunrise was 4:40 a.m. that day, which means that it would have been around 4 when you began your sculpting work.
Oui, that must be correct. That would be when the Great Digger gave me the signal to come out of hiding.
Okay. Just confirming that 4 in the morning is when she started then. I think I just do it like... I think I just present the autopsy report then.
Objection!
Nope, I don't. Okay, how about this then? It's gotta be one of these statements.
Objection!
There it is, okay. I get the same point. Madame Tuspels, I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows.
Is that a problem?
I believe it is, because your testimony and a particular detail in the report completely contradict one another.
Quoi?
Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend? I'm gonna ignore you. According to her testimony, Madame Tuspels was creating her wax impression just before dawn. At that time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, Madame?
You are?
Oui?
As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis 2 to 3 hours after death. But the man's chin was limp, so it cannot have been dead for a long time.
But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Scythe's report... Okay, so yeah, this is how we now know that she's a lying bitch. It quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th June. No! If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would have already set in.
Oui? Yes, you are right. The chin, it would have been completely stiff.
In other words, this report is wrong.
Objection!
We need to update it. No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd. In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time. Impossible. Yeah, get fucked, bitch.
Order, order, counsel, this is beyond folly. Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. Scythe, but you also implicate members of the staff at Barclay Prison where the execution took place.
Ah, heck!
Ordinary.
Objection!
My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact.
What fact?
The professor died that night, without question.
He did, of course he did. I moved the man's limp jaw with my own hands. That was no.
Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows? He died from the gunshot. Don't die at. Are you insane? What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case? It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link between Dr. Scythe, the professor, and that one other person of interest. Dr. Scythe, the professor. Oh, and the bitch. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night.
Counsel, present the evidence at once.
The evidence that allegedly explains what really happened on the night of the professor's execution. Oh, shit. See, this is where I'm like, sometimes I have to really spell it out for Ace Attorney, and now they're throwing me in. I have no fucking idea.
Unless they're just asking about the gunshot wound, but I don't know who the third person is. Am I supposed to know that right now? Like, yeah, sure, I'll prove the gunshot, but...
Take that!
What happened that night? Oh, thanks, Phoenix. What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery. You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now. Well, if this article is to be believed, yes, nobody lies in journalism. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Objection!
Don't be a fool. That's simply a rumor published by the gutter press. Can you be certain of that? Are you serious? No, I'm Rinosuke. The point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened.
My word, yes indeed.
Mais oui, the young man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night.
Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself. But obviously the man made it all up.
And in any case, this was 10 years ago now. There would surely be no hope of finding him.
All y'all stupid. All y'all fucking stupid. On the contrary, did it not say? It fucking says his name in the paper. Why do we have to prove this? It literally says Mr. Enoch Drebber. Are you... Okay, we know this witness well.
What? Are you suggesting, counsel, that you've identified the person in question? That you know who claims to have seen these utterly incredible events take place?
Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say that he's right here before my very eyes.
You'll substantiate your latest claim now then, counsel. Who is the alleged witness of this staggering scene?
Who could fucking guess?
Take that!
The man in question is Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Drebber? The previous witness.
Special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and beside the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Oh shit!
Order, order, order! Surely not, counsel.
Drebber was there, in Lowgate Cemetery.
Oh, what is this? What is all this talk about, Mr. Drebber? Is the name significant?
Of course. Madame Tuspels doesn't know, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, Madame. To your situation as well, in fact.
What situation?
The theft of the Professor Waxwork from your museum some days ago. It was perpetrated by the very same man.
Oh. But what's that could mean?
Madame Tuspels, it would appear you know the name Enoch Drebber.
Ruh-roh.
Oui. Yes, I know it. From long ago in the past.
What?
Oh my.
Good gracious.
Everyone exclaim. Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know.
Oui. Yes, of course.
Second testimony from her. Cool. When you mock Van's objection, I imagine him moving his mouth like a muppet.
The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain.
French is just making hairball sounds.
However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man.
Literally, no. His name is listed.
No details.
Is this a joke? Is this a fucking joke?
His name was never revealed. That is, apart from in one newspaper.
Okay, never mind, sorry. Getting on my high horse then.
But if one newspaper published it, why would they not all publish it?
The Daily Circus is the paper from which comes the article I have already shown the court. You're saying that his full name was only published in that article?
Goodness me, yes, here it is. The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber. A disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms. Unbelievable.
When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night. It will make a perfect exhibit for my House of Horrors, whether it was the truth or not.
I see. So you went to meet Mr. Drebber in order to sculpt a waxwork of the man, did you?
Exactement. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork. And since that time, it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery.
Well, shit. Now this bitch is involved in 2 murdery cases. That was a very long sip. I'm good. So 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he'd witnessed. A criminal who'd been put to death re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. I don't believe that. There are definitely people who would cling to that shit. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today. Even though the waxwork's build is a poor match for the victim, and its face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. If the birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Assman, but that same waxwork, the coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated, Dr. Scythe, would have noticed immediately. Yet, she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court has seen already. Why?
Because the waxwork was that of the professor, is that what you're saying?
Dr. Scythe put her name to a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as the body double. This is getting real, fam. This is getting real. My lord, this court must summon Dr. Scythe to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected.
But according to the missive I received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Scythe is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case?
She told us so herself, didn't she? Flashback. Lord Van Zykes won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it.
Lord Strongheart?
Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me.
She's just female Van Zykes. I apologize. Something happened on the night of that killer's execution 10 years ago. Surely nobody would want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Van Zykes. The prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped. Pretty sus indeed.
But Lord Van Zykes, the missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice's office. Blah, blah, blah.
The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial. In other words, bitch.
Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe both take the stand together.
Again, they're trying to redeem him. They're trying to show him as caring, but he's already been a racist piece of shit, and he is not redeemable. I will die on this hill. Even though he is going through a good character growth. It should not be Van Zykes going through this character growth. It should be a different prosecutor.
Order, order, order! Very well, I will uphold your request. Bailiff, send a subpoena with immediate effect addressed to Dr. Scythe of the Forensic Investigation Team.
Van's in trouble?
Yeah, he might be getting fired. The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders.
Alright then, Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime never could have been committed. I'm just a stone's throw away, I can feel it. The truth behind all of this is about to come out. Why is the camera zooming on my face?
Why is Tuspel still there? Weird.
Thank you for your attendance at such short notice, Dr. Scythe. I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zykes. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, if there's even a hint of wrongdoing, I am tangled in my ox cord. Hang on.
Shit! I just bumped it, we're fine. It didn't actually spill. It's a good thing I made a very thick smoothie. We're good.
Is if there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles.
I'm good, Morgan. I just knocked this into my lap, but it's a thick smoothie, so it didn't spill. I was just like, do you see that color? That shit's gonna stain whatever it touches. We're good. We're good. All good. Thank you, though.
I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt and pepper.
Mr. Drebber, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. Okay, this is gonna be a lot of voices. I've got Van Zykes, Ryu, Judge, Robot, female Van Zykes, and French, and Susato. I can do it. Dr. Scythe, as the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime. This is something that I've appreciated about the Great Ace Attorney games, though. They're not trying to dance around, like, accusing the witnesses. And they're not doing it super aggressively. They're like, this is what we're putting forth. This is our claim. We're going to be straight up front with you about it, and then you will get a chance to respond. And I appreciate that.
And where's your evidence?
At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. This model of the killer, known as the Professor, my volume's too loud, was sentenced to death 10 years ago.
You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes and officially pronounced him dead.
That remains to be seen.
Is that so?
According to newspaper reports from the time, on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life.
Don't waste my time.
Sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it? Bitch ain't said a word yet. If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Scythe's. So then Dr. Scythe was the one who wanted Assman dead and got him to help? Secret so profound, it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. Okay, so never mind. Other way around. Oopsie! Mr. Drebber, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery. Or literally say anything at this point. Oh my god, okay, we have two testimonies. Two testimonies.
So he was the student who saw it. You can see the resemblance actually, can't you? With the man in Madame Tussauds, I mean. Surely he's not going to claim that's really what he saw, especially not after all these years. He's a research student at the University of London, was he? And a bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me. Yeah. What an interesting twist. Very twisty. When at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet now here we are, 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters, and in a court of law too. Very well then, if everyone so wishes. Let's be frank, I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth. That was a look.
Oh, Mr. Drebber, your testimony, please, about the events of that night 10 years ago. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery.
Yes, of course. As you wish. I have no idea what they're gonna say. The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say? No, tell us the fucking truth, please. Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. Thinking back now, I realized that I never actually saw the professor. And afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. And I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist. And it was all because of that newspaper article. Those are like the longest sentences he said all game. That's why the voice was slipping. Wait a minute. You're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now? Now? Wrong emphasis and the wrong syllable? Of course, you have to have a screw loose if you believed a corpse could come back from the dead. Yeah. Let me look at the apprentice behind the prosecution's bench over there. But, so you're saying this article is not worth the paper it's printed on? I think that would describe it perfectly, yes. Ugh.
If the details in the article aren't true, it nullifies your argument for when Mr. Drebber and Dr. Sleuth would have been working together.
He's discrediting himself to cripple my argument? I guess he has nothing to live for anyway. Well, like, not nothing to live for, but like, he already gave up on his fucking dream, so you know. Wow, it's like -10 all the way. I don't want to sit up anymore, so we're gonna have to deal with it. Sorry.
Help me, witness. You claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate?
No, fuck you. That's right, grave robbing to be precise. Oh, Jesus, okay. I didn't see that coming. As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So among students at the university, it had a reputation for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts.
Grave robbing, you say?
Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead. So you were one of the so-called resurrectionists. Particularly unpleasant scourge on society. Actually, my fellows and I went by another name. The Repurposers.
That's fucked up. That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir.
Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. See. Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article? Yes, that was the reporter who exposed me. There's your motive.
There's your fucking motive. That's why his name is on it. I was waiting for that. I was waiting for that. Did he repurpose his arm? Probably. He ran out of bodies. He sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene. Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I'd done. Claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish, very foolish.
Well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed to the cross-examination now.
At once, my lord. In the cemetery. So we're already starting at Presto. That's pretty cool. Okay, you were in the graveyard to steal bodies. It was based on what you witnessed. I realized I never actually saw the professor at all, though. Maybe that's why he's in the helmet, is because he was buried with like something covering his face so that even like the grave robber or like the grave digger and shit wouldn't see his identity. And after, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. There you go. Motive pure and simple. What's Trevor up to? Why would he suddenly change his tune and recant his claim? So he doesn't have a motive. I wonder if perhaps it's because the circumstances have changed now. What circumstances? I'm slipping into GLaDOS. Hang on. Well, if he admits to having seen the professor emerging alive from his grave 10 years ago, it will expose a secret in Dr. Scythe's past that she would desperately want to hide. Yes, of course. If Drebber and Dr. Scythe are working together now, then if Drebber were to betray her, there would be no reason for her to continue to cooperate. In that case, there's only one way around it. I'll have to prove he really did see it. If he really did see Professor's corpse coming back from the dead as he originally claimed. How the fuck are we gonna prove that? Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, exactly, just like that. Just a simple little task. Well, when in doubt, press everything. By moonlighting, you mean grave robbing, do you? Surely you need to only look at the graveyard scene and my appearance to gauge the answer to that. The lantern and spade. Actually, I think it's a shovel. But who on earth would want to buy a dead body? Any major hospital. Hospital? In order to better understand the human body, the study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. There isn't a hospital in the world that has enough specimens to work with. Lady, have you been to a hospital? Now, obviously, they can't openly express an interest in obtaining more by dubious means. As aspiring scientists, we young research students had no money to work with, as I'm sure you can imagine. So we made surreptitious arrangements with a hospital via some of our medical student acquaintances. We would never take anything of value from the graves. This was all for the furtherance of science, you see. That's what we all told ourselves every time we stole into the graveyard at night, spade in hand. You realize body snatching is a serious crime. If you were caught, you could expect the gravest of consequences. Ha ha ha, funny joke. We students were caught between the hammer and the anvil. We needed funds for research. Professor Harebrained said exactly the same. That's what I wish I had a clip of, was Professor's speech yesterday where it was like, we don't have enough money as scientists. Nobody ever wants to give us funding. I'm quite speechless at the apparent levity with which you've revealed this abhorrent behavior. Well, if you wanted to know when I was there at Lowgate Cemetery, that's the reason. But I never expected it to end the way it did. That I regret to this day. Okay. Nope. Yes! A strange happening at Lowgate Cemetery, which you now deny. Not entirely. I ran to fetch the police at the time. You know, I was shaking like a leaf. Oopsie. Just checking Discord. Don't mind me, I thought it pinged. It didn't ping.
But they didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I was nearly very arrested myself. So you went to the papers instead? I started big with the London news, but unsurprisingly, they did not want to know either. In the end, though, it was reporters from the gossip rags, the gutter press, that came to get my story. And it spread like the plague through the capital, as gossip-hungry Londoners lapped up the tale. Discord paranoia. Yep. I keep thinking I hear it ding. Story was in every single paper at the time, with the exception of some broadsheets. And yet only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. Most of the accounts turned out to be very interpretive ghost stories. What about the article in the Daily Circus? A particular journalist found me at my dormitory. I don't know how, but I discovered my name. So I recounted to him exactly what had happened that night. From your description, he drew this illustration. Precisely. That's how I learned that the condemned man was the infamous professor. Because the reporter told me so. I had no idea myself, you see. Newspaper reporters are wont to snoop around in matters that don't concern them. Say the scene portrayed in the illustration is accurate, then. Well... No, have you been listening to my testimony? Never actually saw the professor. What are you talking about? I think I explained already, didn't I? Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So it was renowned among us students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night, and as a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life. But you said you actually saw it. I said what I'd seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You'd have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Looks at prosecutor bench again. Yak, 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 yak. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night. I don't know. Is there any material evidence that could show he really did see the professor? If we have anything at all, Mr. Naruhodo. I know, I need to present it against that irritatingly backtracking statement of his. The point is, that night was a pivotal moment in my life. What case is this and what game? This is the end of case 3 of Great Ace Attorney 2. So it's the 3rd case in the most recent release of the series. Okay, so evidence that shows that it was the professor. Just ignore him back there. Excuse me. Okay, I don't know why we have this, but it's probably gonna be useful. This was extended, so it was So he had the camera out when the professor was shot. Because of the blood on there. But we know there's no photograph inside. I don't entirely understand what this is going to be about. Little metal plaque here, look. Fostering burgeoning talent for the future of scientific discovery. Seems rather ironic, doesn't it? But clearly Mr. Trevor really was a very talented scientist. Cool, absolute nothing of a statement. I was kind of thinking, like, can we open it up maybe? But no.
This lock does look very strong, doesn't it? There's definitely no way you could remove the mask yourself if it was put on you. What a terrible way to treat someone, even a convicted criminal. I know, it's starting to make me livid, actually. Mr. Naruhodo, please. I mean, just think about it. Imagine if you had an itch on your cheek all of a sudden, you'd be utterly helpless. Yeah, that's the most important bit there. Well, yes, that's true, but I'm not sure that warrants quite so much anger. Oh, right. Sorry. Okay, not at all what I wanted to get out of that press, but that's fine. I'm trying to figure out what the heck it is. I think I just have to keep going.
Hold it!
That young woman being Madame Tuspels, of course. Precisely. I must say I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later.
As I have explained, I read the name published in the article, and comme ça, I found the man.
Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said. I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me. Why is that car so loud? So you readily consented to having a waxwork of yourself made and gave permission for it to be put on display. I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded.
Ah oui, remember now. I purchased something else from you that day, n'est-ce pas?
She got the photograph. That's it. She purchased the photograph. There we fucking go. Ma'am, please shut up before you get me in trouble. Did you? I can't say I remember. What was it, madame?
It's camera.
Oh, yes, I made a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion into any cemetery.
Took a camera with you, sir. To what end?
To record the details of the bodies I disinterred. But I had no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again after that night, so I sold it.
I see.
But I still have it, monsieur. It is part of the special exhibit in my House of Horrors. I am very meticulous about such details. It is the Tuspels way. It would seem then that this is the very camera Mr. Gerber took with him to Velvet Cemetery on the night in question.
Oh, the blood splatter. Duh. Yes, interesting. Okay, so it's the blood splatter then. I don't know if we're gonna be able to prove because we haven't really done any blood work yet, but gave up on my dream and it was because of that article, but that's not a motive. This article, you mean, that we've talked about 14 times now, published in the Daily Circus. Yes, somebody informed the dean that it was my name that appeared in the article, and carelessly let slip that night after night I was digging up graves. Hardly a model student, you might say. The university reputation was fuck. We've made it a while without needing to look up a word. Execrably? Execrably.
Execrable.
Execrable. Execrably. Execrably.
Execrable.
Execrable. How about the British way?
Execrable.
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 Execrable. Versus the American.
Execrable. Execrable.
Execrable. Okay, it's the fucking same. The university's reputation was execrably defiled, and I was expelled as a result.
Mon Dieu, I had no idea.
And having been run out of university, you found employment in a somewhat specialist trade.
intertwined your knowledge of science with knowledge of stage magic. Create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never-before-seen technology. And you use those deceptive machines to trick the government and private investors into giving you money. Professor Albert Harebrain was just your latest victim, wasn't he? Whatever are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort. Say it, Scythe. Fucking say it. Just fucking say it. Okay. So, yeah, we did have to press everything to get the statement. It was... Yep, it was this one. Here is your camera.
Objection!
Fuck! Wait. Shit, I'm down to 3. Okay. Why is it not this? Why is it not this? Do I have to repress or something? I hate those. What are you talking about? I explained. We have no money. It's haunted. I said what I'd seen in my mind's eye. After resurrection is impossible. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night. I do. I know, I need to present it. I did. I presented it right here. This is a little bit infuriating. Yeah, we can see that his camera was open. I have no idea. Chat, do you have any ideas? Nope, from both of you. All right. Shit. This is a stinker. Again, I think the camera's gonna come into play because it's got that dark stain. They've got a blood stain. There's a big old blood stain on it. Can't believe I'm actually stumped. And I know I have the walkthrough, but I'm not gonna look. I'm not gonna look. I'm gonna try and figure this out. Okay. Grave digging doesn't matter. The illustration in that article was based on what I witnessed that night. Thinking back now, I never saw the professor. I was visited by a woman, and I gave up on my dream because of the article. So, I mean, there's two avenues here. One is proving that he did see the professor that night. The other is proving that this gave him a motive. Because Assman was the reporter who named him in the story. That doesn't feel like the game was very much like, if you have evidence, you should present it at this statement.
Examine the camera and look at the stain to see if there's any new dialogue. So I did already look at it, Morgan. You can see, yeah. Don't care. So you can see when I highlight something. If I highlight something that's examinable, it turns this flashing teal color. But then if I've already examined it, it gives it a red check mark to show that I've already hit it. But we can look again. On the bellows, there's some very dark red stains. Looks like blood. Oh my, I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. So yeah, basically all but confirming that it's blood. And then here we show that the photograph is missing. This is where the photographic plate goes, I think, isn't it? Wait, why is it not fast forwarding? What? It had a check mark. It had a red check mark. It had a fucking red check mark to say I had already gone through this. It had, you saw it. Clip it, Morgan. Clip it and send it back to me. There was a red check mark there saying I had already examined this. Yep. This is some bullshit. Put some Rage Manders in the chat if you have access to it, because that is some fucking bullshit. It had a red check mark. That's why I wasn't thinking of... I was literally like, okay, you know what? Clap and a half to Morgan for being like, let's investigate everything again. But that's not how this game has worked. They have implemented something that they implemented in the second half of the trilogy, which was in games 5 and 6 specifically. Thank you, Phoenix. It was something specific added in 5 and 6 that when you have investigated an area, when you have investigated something, and when you have, like, when you are finished with it, it gives you a red check mark and it tells you you're done so that you don't waste time trying to get the exact pixel measurements. And it was a great addition. Everyone, I really did not like Ace Attorney 5 and 6. Mainly because Phoenix could not stand out of the fucking way and, you know, let poor Athena have a game to herself. Yep. Oh, I'll wait, Morgan. Absolutely. You're the fucking reason we're getting somewhere, maybe. That is just complete bullshit. Yeah, thank you, Morgan. Thank you for doing that. Where's Azure? Where's Azure? This is the most picture of a banana thing I've ever heard. Confirming that it's blood. Yes, that's a red check mark. We literally saw it. This is where the photographic plate goes, I think, isn't it? Wait, why is it not fast forwarding? I saw the red check mark. Thank you, Morgan. You got it perfectly. There was a red check mark. It said I already looked at this. Oh, it's incredible to think that this is the actual camera used that night. I certainly never imagined a piece of evidence would be on display in Madame Spells. She's very keen on everything being as true to life as possible, though. Wait, that was fucking useless. So what did we get from that? Okay, the only things we actually have that are like actually from that night, we have the camera, which we've looked at. We've now looked at the camera. We have the head, which we already went through. The only examinable thing was the lock. I can go and do it again, but there is nothing flashing on here for me to examine. There's nothing on here to examine except for the lock, which we can look at again. That's totally fine. This is fast forwarding, so we've already had, this is exactly the same. Wait. Wait a second. Was the mask something that Madame Tuspel added? Are they saying the guy was buried with a mask on? Or is this something she added? Because they made it sound like it was added while he was alive. Was that like they put a fucking mask on him so that the public wouldn't recognize him walking in and out of the courthouse? Lock is strong. No way you could remove the mask yourself if it was put on you. That implies this is something they put on a living person. What a terrible way to treat someone, even a convicted criminal. Okay, I didn't process that at all. So this was a mask put on convicted criminals. That's not the mask, is it? I mean, but like, obviously it's not the mask. Hang on, okay. Bionicle looking ass. Like, I don't, that's close enough to be the mask, isn't it? Like, obviously this is artistic rendition.
Objection!
Okay. I can't say that his face was literally covered. I mean, the only other thing I have, like the only actual pieces of evidence we have from that night, quote unquote, we have the camera, which ostensibly has his blood splatter on it. We have the head, which is supposedly an exact replica of the professor's head. So for all intents and purposes, we can call that the head. The newspaper article is the only thing we haven't presented yet. But if they're trying to be like, oh, he's not wearing a mask. Asman was not there. Asman wasn't fucking there, so of course he's just gonna rent... Is Asman or is fucking Drupper gonna be like, oh yes, I saw him wearing a knight's mask and it had 5 vents in the face hole? No, he's gonna be like, I saw something climbing out of the grave, it clipped back in, and then I screamed and ran. I'm gonna be really mad.
Objection!
You're kidding me. You're actually kidding me. You're actually kidding me. Please look at the guide for this part only if this doesn't work. Well, unfortunately it worked, and I really, like, Ace Attorney games, Morgan, are really ruined if you look at the guide. Like, so when I say I've been looking at the guide, I do it by, like, putting it on my secondary window, which is further away. I squint, so I can't, you know, like, through your lashes, you can't see any words, but I can see, so the guide I follow, the walkthrough I follow, it has a picture, like a little square of the witness for every witness testimony. So I'm able to squint and then scroll down the page and see that, okay, there's 1 witness, there's 2 witnesses, 3 witnesses. So this is a 3 witness, this is like a 3 testimony section. But I don't look at the ants. I can't. Sorry, Mr. Drubber, but I don't believe that. Don't believe what? Your latest claim. You did see the Okay, now I have no idea where we're going with this. You did see the professor on that night 10 years ago. Oh dear, we seem to be at odds, but I was there, and you were not. I know what I didn't see. Illustration with this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalist that night that you witnessed. Again, that you witnessed fucking something climbing out of a grave. You freaked out and got the fuck out of there. You're telling me that's an iron? That is not an iron mask. That is not a fucking iron mask. I will fight anyone who says that it is. Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago. Yep. It was decided in the closed court's ruling that the man would wear the mask to hide his identity. So why was me presenting the mask not enough? Why was I not allowed to just present the fucking mask? It wasn't to be removed even during his execution and subsequent burial.
Not even the prison wardens were to see the man's face. Obviously, the provision of this mask was not public knowledge.
So, Mr. Drebber, as you just heard... Oh! How did he know that it was the professor when all you saw was a guy in an iron mask? Okay. I didn't know that that wasn't public knowledge. Stress can't get her soon enough. A lowly student of the University of London certainly would have known about the condemned man's mask. All you have to say is like, yeah, I fucking heard it leaked somewhere. So unless you'd actually seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in the illustration.
That would be inconceivable. It's inconceivable. 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 It's inconceivable that anybody could be having a meaningful life today. Inconceivable. It's inconceivable that anybody could be having a meaningful life today.
I forgot to put a cooldown on it. Azure, if you're still in the chat, can you please refund Morgan? Because that was unfortunate. Azure. Okay, it says Azure's still in the chat, so. A poor student from the University of Mander would not have enough points to redeem Inconceivable. Okay, viewer rewards, channel points. I'm gonna fix the cooldown on that, because that's unfortunate. I don't like that that happens. Where's cooldown? Cooldown. Okay. Yep, it's gonna be a minute. 1 minute in between. Not apologizing. Okay, that should fix it. Azure's passed out with stream still on. Yeah, I don't know where they are. Oh, I should have just sent it to the mod chat. Oh well, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. Alright. Arg. That's a baller lab coat, though. Oh.
Order, order! Well, Mr. Drebber.
It's a vile scene, isn't it? If you look closely. And as I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified. Which is why I had it in my head that I'd seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards I came to my senses and realized that I'd been mistaken. Oh, thanks, Haley. You're still saying you didn't see it? Haley, this case is bullshit. This case is fucking bullshit, and I hate this trial. If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you. Of course, only too happy to oblige. I
can't believe he's still not going to concede the point. Yeah. What I in fact witnessed was a fellow grave robber at work. What the fuck, man?
Hold it!
What the fuck? Oh my god. A fellow grave robber? What are you talking about? Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know. Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart very nearly stopped. So that's the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see. You're claiming it was just another student on equally insalubrious business as yourself. Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections. They should have picked N95s though. Clearly the fellow was using such a mask to protect his anonymity. Wouldn't you say?
Objection!
You use metal masks to protect yourself from bacteria? Are you a fucking idiot? There's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. A bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. We might assume that the sexton discovered the miscreants at work, perhaps, and fired upon one of them. A gravedigger had shot someone in the cemetery. I think it might have been rather big news, my lord. Haley's got McDonald's ass Wi-Fi.
Ah, yes, well.
I can only assume it was an embellishment bolted on later by the reporter. I'm sorry, bitch. Did you say something?
Excuse me.
Excuse me! Madame Dispels. Don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes. Oh la la, pardon. I was lost in my thoughts. Would it be fair to say that Mr. Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way? Refunded Morgan. Cannot hear you. Have good attorney. Thanks, Haley. Appreciate it very much. You're an MVP. Thank you. Can you just message Azur that you did it? Sorry, I should have posted it in the mod chat, but I didn't. Sorry. I thought it was a little strange, that is all. And Monsieur Drebber could claim this now. If you don't mind me saying, madame, shut the fuck up. Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, no? Including the gunshot. Stop. Jesus. You might want to watch your tongue, you know.
Objection!
Blah, blah, blah. Never cared, Drebber. That's no way to speak to a lady. Grr. Please, Madame Dispels, carry on. Of course. According to what Monsieur Drebber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him, and the bullet hit the condemned man. I said nothing of the sort. No, you are very explicit about the details. About the mask that the figure was wearing. And the blood that spattered over you when he was shot. Boom, bitch, there's the camera. Enough. Shut up, woman. You're making all this up. Prove it, bitch.
That won't do. Mr. Drebber.
Yes.
You refute the account just given by Madame Dispels?
I have no recollection of ever saying those things. Come on, do you really expect us to believe you?
Control yourself, counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom.
You just let him rip. Oh, Judge, this guy's threatening the waxmaker. Right.
Under the circumstances, I think it's best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this witness.
How many times are we just gonna let him clarify shit? Very well. There was no gunshot. Do I even have to read that one out loud to you guys? There was no gunshot wound from behind me. There was no spattering blood. Suck my dick.
Objection!
Finally! Yes, objection indeed. Mr. Drebber, do you remember this camera?
But that is the camera from that fateful night.
Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber. How many times will they let him change the testimony before something happens? Right? And, like, this is just for the case of the professor in the graveyard. We haven't, like, when was the last time we touched something about the actual murder case up for debate right now? It's been a minute. And is that supposed to be significant? This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens extends forward on the end of some bellows. Like this.
Hold it!
Hold it! What's that? There, just on the bellows. It looks like a dark red stain.
Yes, you know, Van Zykes, if you had let me finish my fucking statement that I was objecting to, this was not your objection, this was mine. If you had literally given me 2 more dialogue boxes. But alright, you know what, Van Zykes, sure. Interrupt me all you want. Who fucking cares about me anyway? It's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact.
Good lord, are you suggesting?
Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a spatter of blood.
Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Scythe?
It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood and not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough.
Boom, bitch, get out the way.
I propose that Madame Dispel's testimony was correct, and on the night in question 10 years ago, were spattered with blood from the gunshot wound.
Well, I am rusting up from the tears. And that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. Alright, we're not ending. We're not ending. I just have to run downstairs very quickly. Thank you for understanding. I will be right back. I'm back. Sorry. Your stream. Sorry, I wanted water. And I also kind of realized I've had a bowl of cereal and then I've had some carrots and cucumbers today. And so I got a little lightheaded when I stood up. So we're gonna take a quick second to just eat some almonds, if that's okay with everyone. 'Cause that was a little scary. It's hard. It's hard to eat square meals when you're a graduate student. You don't really have things like free time. No, they're not mints, they're almonds. Almonds, buddy. Make the joke. Someone make the joke. Look, I've got 2 nuts in my hand. Boom. Don't remove my nut rights. Everyone gets rights to these nuts. Almost done. I just want to eat a little bit more. It's like not even midnight for you, Morgan. You're fine. Oh, thanks, Your Honor. I really need to just get a little, get my blood sugar up there. Anyway, witness, you really did see the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. That's right, Phoenix. Yeah, it's 2:30 in the morning for you. I apologize. Now I've got nut residue in my teeth. There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night.
Objection!
But why? Why would he want to do that? Being up early tomorrow for the SOT Community Day, so trying to get bed at a somewhat reasonable time. Okay, fair. What's SOT? Shit out of time? Well, not for his own gain, it would seem. Well, whose then? Who could benefit? Oh, Sea of Thieves. Got it. Mr. Drebber is obviously lying in order to protect somebody.
My goodness, he's shielding someone with a sword.
Yes, my lord, and clearly. It's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor coming back to life to be exposed.
Well, Counsel, who is it then?
Who is the witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night? I mean, it's her, right? Because that would mean she fucked up about... Yeah, because then it would be revealed that she lied on the autopsy.
Take that!
The obvious answer is Dr. Scythe. Scythe.
Whatever do you mean?
Everyone pull out your boss bitch pose. Imagine if the convict who'd been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light. What are you insinuating? And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor.
But that would be an unprecedented scandal.
This is beyond a joke. Need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life? We're really going to hammer this point in as my assistant stands next to me. What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean. I'm turning into Mikatoba, apparently. Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape, not in Great Britain.
Objection!
But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging.
If that were really true, Counsel, the implications of misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would taint the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up. Right up to the gallows.
And it's exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Scythe would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret, even if that meant being complicit in a crime.
You mean?
I mean that Dr. Scythe wasn't collaborating in Mr. Drebber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Assman with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. There it is! There's the leg. How did he not kick Kazuma in the face there? Lord Van Zykes! Pray forgive my freshly filled hollowed chalice and a whole raft of other discourtesies now. Oh, Maury, is that your first time seeing that? That's amazing. That's so great.
Goodness me.
I'm back to normal now. Must be leg day! It's just the sort of tall tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead, a Scotland Yard cover-up, a conspiracy at the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing. What's that? If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night only to be shot in the chest, you pulled the trigger and disposed of him forever. Oh, well, I have no idea at the moment. I have too little information to work that out at present, I think. I couldn't agree more. I drank... Oh no, I smashed it, that's right. The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies. Ugh, well, there go all my plans for your assistant later tonight. And have you considered this, my learned Nibonese friend? Considered what? Do you realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary.
Quite hard to imagine any sum of money being offered to research could warrant it.
To rely on some stage deception when so much is at stake would be a madness. Well, suppose this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. What if it was Van Zykes? I really don't... He wouldn't be pushing so hard for us to put a name forth then. If it was Van Zykes, I don't think he would be pursuing this much.
A man who'd already invested money in the venture and would be instrumental in future profits too.
Maybe, yeah. I have no idea. Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Assman at all. Or are you forgetting that his powering down. Rebooting. System rebooted. Or are you forgetting that his death results in me receiving not a single penny? The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim, no?
There is the contract, that's very true.
The motive for this case runs deep, though. Feel it. Yeah, that was a dumb decision bringing up motive, bitch face, because we got you. Oh, he got your ass.
Using threats to force the head of the forensic investigation team to cooperate is extreme. Especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place.
The research grant was the aim. Taking Mr. Assman's life would have made no sense anyway. Which means Mr. Drever's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Assman.
But why? What was his motive then?
Your time is up, my learned friend. I'd say you have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with this charade. Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we?
Bending out of the way was incredible. That was amazing. I really just want to go through and clip all the little shit that he does throughout this trial, like uncorking the bottle and ducking out of the way.
Glad like he's still there. He's still holding it.
It brings me so much joy.
How do you explain why this engineer would throw all caution to the wind and...
One second. I got nuts in my throat. Okay, I'm good. Sorry about that. Yes, water is a great idea, Phoenix. Thank you. Okay. Oh, fucking Cosmo. Cosmo's not gonna get me again, I promise.
How do you explain why this engineer would throw all caution to the wind and threaten his own country?
He's actually Italian. Bum, 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 bum.
At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence.
Oh, all right. Who exactly was Mr. Assman to Drever? There's a connection there that no one's seen yet. And I'm going to have to present 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is. What? I literally only need one. I literally only need 1 piece. Yeah, the reporter. Why do I need a second piece here? Yes, my lord. The evidence has established the motive is right here.
Take that!
It's this newspaper article, my lord.
That was written 10 years ago, and every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us?
That drivel should never have been written. It's typical gutter press nonsense that means nothing. Yes, on its own, it isn't particularly significant. However, considered alongside another piece of evidence, when considered with a fucking magnifying glass to look at the name of the reporter, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Assman dead.
What other evidence?
Counsel, you will present your supplementary evidence without delay.
Evidence which, when cross-referenced with the newspaper article, establishes a motive for the deed. Is it the award? Is it like, look, he wanted to be a scientist, but now he can't because Assman ruined him? That feels weird. This is a weird one. This is a weird one. I best guess, right? It's like, it's the only thing we haven't really used. And he's trying to say like something that nobody's really looked at yet. Well, I have one try if I mess this up. Maybe save here first. You know, that's not a bad idea. How about we do that? It does autosave. That is the nice thing of playing these newer games, is especially on PC, they autosave. So I don't think we'd be rebooted too far back, but I think I'm gonna go with this. It's like this or it's this picture, but I think I'm gonna go with the trophy.
Take that!
I think it's fair to say that after your presentation of evidence, Counsel,
We have only half the story. That's right, my lord, which is why I just presented another piece of evidence to complete it. Clearly, my learned friend only had half an education, and irony wasn't included on the syllabus. So let me put this in words of 0 syllables that even you will understand. Ugh. Wait, I see it now. It's a play on syllabus and syllables. That's the irony. Shut the fuck up.
That was just a pun, Mr. Naruhodo. Irony was elsewhere.
Oh. Can I get a Susie hint here, maybe? Argument clearly is a set sound without the second piece of evidence. It literally does! It literally does! Just, here's my second piece of evidence. It's a fucking pair of glasses because yours aren't working. Sorry, my lord. The evidence I need to supplement the article. I know it's right in front of my eyes. That's not helpful, game. That's not helpful. Okay, this is our last... This is our last chance. Reaper attacked. The kingpin of the criminal underworld, generally managing to keep conviction in trials, and this isn't the first time their henchmen have tried to attack Lord Van Zyx as a result by the sound of it. Makes you think. That's how the justice system works in London. Then there must be dark forces at work. Okay. Fucking useless, but it changed, so... Evidence which, when cross-referenced with the newspaper article, establishes a motive for the deed. Like, what? Why is it not just his name on the fucking... Oh my god, I have to show it's his signature. Because so many people in London have the last name of Assman. That's fucking stupid. That's stupid. Fuck that shit. It's this contract, my lord. Mr. Drebber, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Assman. Yes, that's right. A very document, in fact. That proves I had no reason to kill the man. Try again, bitch. No, I'm afraid not. What? There's something very significant that this newspaper article and the contract have in common. Really? Again, literally, if he's the one who broke the story, his name would be on the fucking top of the article saying, title, reporter. And it's that common link that shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Odie Assman. Why did I say it like that? It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed. So, my learned friend, point out what these 2 pieces of evidence have in common. I don't have a brain. Where's the link? Like, it says, oh, Assman. Are you we couldn't put that together. You're seriously telling me we couldn't put that together? What these two pieces of evidence have in common is a signature.
A signature?
A signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract. They both belong to the same person. What? As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal. The only thing that's not fitting into this is we never heard about Assman being a reporter, so this kind of feels like left field-ish. But anyway, if you look closely, the reporter's signature can be in the bottom right corner of the drawing. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Assman's signature at the bottom.
Let me see now. Good lord, yes, they're identical.
In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Odie Assman.
Jotting down.
Objection!
But explain to the court why. Really, Van Zykes, you need me to spell this out? Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Assman? Well, if you think back, you'll remember that Mr. Drebber talked about that article in his testimony.
Grave robbing, you say?
Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative.
That is quite beyond the pale. Would invite divine retribution, sir.
Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add.
So why didn't you just, like, move out of London and start over?
Dummy.
Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article.
At the time, you were a student of the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life. Why you gotta be careful about what you post on Facebook, kids.
So Mr. Assman used to be a newspaper journalist, did he? How did he become a millionaire from being a journalist?
He did, my lord. In fact, it's a widely held belief that Assman managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter.
Interesting.
So you had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually, you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article, written by Mr. Assman.
Enough!
Nope.
Enough!
Oops.
Stop this endless drivel about my life. What?
Explain yourself, Mr. Drebber.
Yes, it's true. I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back.
What do you mean?
Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled on with their hypotheses anyway. We all did, only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and patented by some wretch or other, after all.
Sorry if I keep hitting the mic when I do that.
But gracious.
Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that, was a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wrench. Being forced out of the university because of Lowgate was the best thing that could have happened to me. I don't believe that.
Mr. Drebber, that's horseshit. Do you genuinely believe that? What's wrong with my fucking hair? It won't stay to one side. Go over there where you belong. You genuinely believe that?
Of course I do.
Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me?
An advisor. Someone who actually knows what the fuck they're...
Love that smiling pose, don't you, Amanda?
I know, I actually hate it. The reason I do that is because I don't have to look at him directly. It's like easier to not look at it.
Feel your hair pains, now use the trophy.
Yep. Yep. Sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all.
How dare you? And I have evidence to prove it. How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam.
Who the fuck's Adam?
Fine, if you think you have evidence, go ahead. Show it. What could you possibly have to disprove the idea that I was happy to leave university because I lack talent?
You were a scientist, so you had some modicum of pride, probably.
Take that!
Do you remember this, Mr. Drebber? We found it at your workshop.
Oh shit. I was supposed to burn that.
It's not a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science.
What exactly is this trophy, Council?
It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord. Man, wouldn't that be nice if grants came with trophies? That'd be so fucking cool. Goddamn. There is no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future. Just gonna do that.
Good gracious.
Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Drebber? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. This is hitting a little too close to home right now, boys! But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. Definitely not the thoughts I had with my little lab shenanigans. Not at all. I totally wasn't thinking any of this. All as a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Assman was. When it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life. It's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. The truth is, finally, he's going to fold.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Nope, smile. Yep, there it is. Yep. Oh, she's gonna intervene now because she doesn't want him saying shit. Yep. Like, really good sprite work in this game, I have to say.
Fine. Clearly this has run its course now.
What?
I admit it.
Nope.
I admit it. All of it.
What? What are you doing?
It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim, on the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago.
No. Good lord! Okay, game, set, and match. Can we wrap this trial up now, please?
Dr. Scythe, do you realize what you're saying, woman? It's all true. That day, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself. It was the professor again, staring me in the face. And then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else.
Included a note to tell her. I feel like that would have fallen out during the fall, but whatever.
There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket.
Dr. Scythe, you will go along with my plan. From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night 10 years ago. Goddamn.
All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now.
Congrats, your daughter's about to grow up without a mom now, because you're going to be in jail for a very long
Why on earth would you buckle now?
Well, there's no point trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborate in a murder. But the great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished.
Goddamn.
So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything.
Charlie, it goes without saying.
You admit your part in it too, then?
No, he's gonna say it was all her. I admit nothing at all.
Huh?
Apprentice, you seeing this shit? Have you forgotten that the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong.
Madam Doctor, would you like to testify, please?
No!
Order, order, order!
Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secret, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Van Zykes.
Yes.
I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course.
Uh-oh, what's Van Zykes gonna do?
I have heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court. This trial is not the proper forum in which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Drebber.
Thank you, it's literally not his trial. This is not where we should be doing this.
Excuse me. The defendant is Professor Albert Harebrain.
Very true, it had slipped my mind.
I forgot what case I was prosecuting. Isn't he one of your closest friends?
As the court has heard, Dr. Scythe has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt.
Wait, you mean...
At the present time, it is the conclusion of this court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing.
Great.
Does the prosecution have any objection?
Damn, that's a surprise. None, my lord.
Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. You've proven to Professor Harebrain's innocence.
Nope, nope. We haven't heard the not guilty, so it doesn't count.
Without further ado then, the adjudication. Unless the prosecution or defense have any other matters to discuss.
I don't know. This doesn't feel quite right. Why did Dr. Scythe suddenly admit to it like that? Everything all right, Mr. Naruhodo? Like you said before, the way the trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. Is that really what we want? The defense should be pushing for now is...
Nope, nope, we're getting the fuck out of Dodge.
If the judge gives his verdict now, Professor Harebrain will be found not guilty without any doubt.
And that's my fucking job.
Is something troubling you, perhaps? Yes, but it's probably nothing. In the antechamber during the recess earlier, I did give Mr. Sholmes my word, though, didn't I? I told him I'd pursue any doubts I had about the truth to the absolute last.
Fuck you, Sholmes, ruining my shit again.
If you gave Mr. Sholmes your word, then it most certainly isn't nothing. And it means there's only one right answer here. Yes, you're right. I don't know why I was ever wavering.
Because we wanted to get the fuck out of here.
Thanks for the illusion of choice game. The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord.
I beg your pardon?
We demand one final testimony.
Play the track. So good. It's so fucking... This is such a triumphant piece.
You do realize I'm about to adjudicate in favor of your client.
What are you playing at now, my Nibnese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that.
Yep, because I'm fucking insane.
Mr. Naruhodo, what exactly are you thinking?
The truth, the whole truth, and a way to bring it all out into the open.
Right.
Yes, in hindsight. Oh yes, one word of warning before I go. If in the course of the trial this afternoon you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. Okay, thanks, Sholmes. Sure, Mr. Sholmes knew. He must have deduced that this would happen. Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client. Accidentally opened the court record, too. And to secure an acquittal. Obviously. That's not all. I believe that I have a duty to the court to pursue the whole truth of the case until every last detail is laid bare. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Scythe. Testimony from me? About what? About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drebber. In case it's escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. So stop wasting everyone's time. Ugh. As his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point protracting this business further without tedious examination.
Objection!
Pray forgive my careless handling of that hallowed bottle. I slipped into her DMs. That's what you call it?
What is your objection, Lord Van Zykes?
Yep. Morgan, you're seeing all of his best quirks tonight, aren't you? The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness. Don't be stupid. Assume stance. If there is more to this case than has yet come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end. You'll what? Lord Van Zykes. Yeah, oh, someone has 100% gotten concussed from his wine bottle. 100%.
This is most irregular, to say the least. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Scythe, you will testify to the court, explaining the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Drebber.
Aye, very well. Shit's about to go down. It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork in the note tucked inside its jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it. So why is it a secret, though, and not just she fucked up on something? So I was right. The stage and the machine were all specially designed for the deception. So it seems, and all meticulously prepared. Did well to see through it. Oh, a very shrewd boy. So kind of you to say. I'm not interested.
And what about this autopsy report, then?
All I did was record the location of the body as being in the Crystal Tower instead of under the stage.
That's all. That's a terrible corruption.
Only my team were aware of the deceit, and then only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you.
We must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe that testimony has clarified everything. There is no particular need for a cross-examination, I would say.
No, I disagree. I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. Just look at that expression on Dr. Scythe's face. It's the defense's right to cross-examine any witness following testimony. What is it about you Japanese that makes you all so doggedly persistent? How many times have someone been hit on tonight? I don't know. We've had a lot of dominatrix mommies in this game, so... in this case, rather. Very well. If you so desire, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord.
Oh boy. Okay, nothing jumped out at me, but... We have 1 health, by the way. We have 1 singular star. It began at the scene where I saw the waxwork and the note tucked into the jacket. The body was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. Let's press on that. When you say arranged, I presume you mean with this? Yes, the instructions in the engineer's note said something along the lines of fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Hairbrain alone could have killed Assman. Oh, so you mean that was your doing? I fetched Hairbrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage and took it with me, alone, to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen. Alone, Doctor?
Didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception.
Ooh, that's sussy. That's sussy. That's sussy.
There was a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it up.
Was he dead by then?
Then I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest.
Jeez, I got a shiver from that one. Holy f...
Then you noted that in your fake autopsy report as a fictitious cause of death. Exactly.
So, nope.
So the actual cause of death was the trauma resulting from a 30-foot drop.
This doesn't sound right. This sounds like something's wrong. My word. Yep, Susie's picking up on it too.
What is it, Miss Susato?
Something about Dr. Sai's last statement. It's playing on my mind, that's all.
Yes, mine too.
Yeah, because he couldn't have fallen on his neck. Dr. Scythe.
There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well.
The defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony.
Oh? Which part?
What I want her to supplement her testimony with is... the real cause of death. The real cause of death being the fall of 30 feet. That part.
Fine, if that's what you want. Stop yelling, please.
The prosecution concurs that the defense stop yelling. Very well, you will supplement your testimony now, witness.
If you wish, my lord.
Okay. The actual cause of death was the neck trauma suffered from the 30-foot fall. I have no such thing as pride.
Hold it!
You're quite sure of that? Is that as a result of a broken neck?
Yes, as a professional, that was more than apparent.
You'd never know just by looking at the photograph of the victim, though, would you?
No, that's very true. Obviously not. Which is precisely why coroners are needed to determine the actual facts.
Yes, assuming they can be trusted.
Bitch. There's no point calling her sus into question without evidence. Let's get back to the testimony. Very well.
Okay. This really isn't relevant. Yeah, all that matters is what she actually did. That's our only thing. I mean... would he suffer neck trauma if the base is what hit the ground? I don't think so. But let's see if we're gonna have our first game over.
Objection!
Fuck! Alright, we lost our first case. That last statement is fucked up. Oops. Thank you, counsel. That will do. But my lord, wait! The defense is still in the process of establishing its argument.
No further analysis is necessary, I feel. As such, I shall be requesting the final decisions of the members of the jury.
It's been an honor to serve, my lord, and we know exactly what we think.
Guilty.
Guilty.
There's no way. I know this is just like
Guilty.
their normal flavor text.
Guilty!
Kill me.
They would not, after what just happened, they would not be voting guilty.
Mr. Albert Harebrain, in accordance with the findings of this court, I pronounce you
Guilty. Oh wait, no, we've lost once before. I forgot about that.
I applaud the jurors for doing their civic duty and for finding a swift resolution to this matter. That is all. Court is adjourned.
Whoop. Bonk.
Retry from this scene. Right? Wait, where does it consider the scene to be? Okay, just the cross-examination. Great. Yeah, swift, right? Oh, I get 5 back. Okay, that's glorious. Okay. Hold it! So we can just press through this. I thought we've died more than once. I think we've died a couple times, actually. I want to fast forward through this part because, yeah, you manipulate the scene. That's great. Plunged it into his chest. Notice that in your fake autopsy report as a fictitious cause of death. Exactly. So the actual cause of death was the trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop. My word. Trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop. It's still this. The real cause of death being the fall of 30 feet. No, I presented the cage. That's what I just tried. Do I have to look at something with the cage again, maybe? It might be that I haven't examined enough of the cage. 100% could be. Yeah, I've already examined the base. That's how we established that it was broken in the first place. Click it anyway. Okay. Yep, this is the same. The height at which the balloon was flying into the crystal tower followed about 30 feet, leaving the man inside dead. So that hasn't been updated since we first got the cage. Right, we just did that. That's the same thing. Yeah, that's the same thing. I also don't know how much we'll be able to present the actual cage because it's burned up by now. Okay, we're gonna start from the beginning.
This is hard. This is fucking hard. For some reason, I'm thinking it's this, and I don't know why. I don't know why it would be that.
Objection!
No, okay. This is so hard. This is so fucking hard. Feels like we're missing something. Because, okay, he said, like, don't call her names unless you have evidence to back up why the autopsy report is false. I can't do. I mean, okay, it's not the cage. No, I just tried the photo. I just tried the photo. That's the one I just did. Is it the fact that he's still here? Like that he hasn't fallen yet? That doesn't seem right though. Like, I feel like we've exhausted this piece. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. I have an idea. I have an idea. You mean what you did with this, correct? I was merely carrying out the engineer's instructions, in his words. Fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Harebrain alone could have killed Asman. I don't know why I can't click through this because we've already read this. You went without any of your team to where Asman had fallen. That's right, yes. I leaned down over the birdcage and opened it up. Then I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest. Where did she get the screwdriver from? After that, it was simply a matter of recording the stab wound as the cause of death. The real cause of death being the fall, of course. Sure, there's something here in this testimony. You know, if you think it would be appropriate, I'm sure you could ask Dr. Scythe to change the supplementary testimony. Yeah, I think I will. Have her change it. I'm gonna change it. Dr. Scythe, what you said before about what you did to the victim's body, I believe that may be significant, so could you change your supplementary statement to explain that instead? Very well. Okay. I stood over the victim's corpse where it lay in the toppled cage and plunged the screwdriver into the chest. I stood over the victim's corpse where it lay in the toppled cage and plunged the screwdriver into the chest. Da 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 da. I don't know, cause like obviously she wouldn't leave the stab wound thing in there. It's just not clicking. It's just not clicking for some reason. It doesn't feel right.
Objection!
Okay, this does not make sense. This does not make any fucking sense. I don't understand this one. I'm happy to try it, but this is one where the game thinks I know the answer, and I don't.
I had a nasty feeling, but this inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth.
Yes! Yes! It's Pursuit! We got the Pursuit theme! We got the Pursuit theme!
What on earth is the matter, Council? Have you lost your tongue? I apologize, my lord. Dr. Scythe, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point that seems to defy explanation. Out with it, my learned friend. It's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph. Which shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death.
Oh, how'd they get the blood splatter on the cage part?
Stab is on the wrong side.
No, it's on the left. Heart's on the left. It's the stab's in the right spot. It's through the heart. But I think it's the fact that there's blood splatter. Because it sounds like she said she stabbed him where she found him. But if this is to be believed, there's blood splatter from the wound on the straps, which shouldn't be there because she stabbed him elsewhere.
Objection!
The court has already examined that photograph in depth. There's nothing new we can learn from it.
No, you're good, Morgan. You're good. This is a learning experience for everyone.
Yes, we've already considered it, that's true. But we now know the facts to be different. What do you mean?
I believe we should let the defense explain.
Where in this photograph would we see the alleged inconsistency with the witness's statement? I hope this is it. It makes sense to me.
Look, yeah, okay, great. Got it. Got it. We got there eventually, game.
Look closely at the blood stain on the victim's chest. It clearly extends in a downward direction towards the man's feet.
Oh. Which would imply that he was stabbed standing up. But, like...
And why is that significant, Council?
If the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely expected.
Oh, of course. No, that's not what happened.
Exactly, my lord. Dr. Scythe made it very clear in her testimony just now that the point at which she stole Professor Harebrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was after the grand deception was set in motion when the birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen on its side after the 30-foot drop. I mean, yeah, it's got a fucking tetrahedron base. Of course it wouldn't. And if the victim had really been stabbed whilst inside the birdcage in that position, the blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. For it to have formed the longitudinal appearance we see in the picture is inconceivable. Ugh. Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downwards from the wound, it must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Assman...
That would be inconceivable. It's inconceivable! Inconceivable!
Inconceivable!
Inconceivable! It's inconceivable that anybody could be having a meaningful life today.
Yeah, that last one's right. Well done, Phoenix. Well done. You're getting better. You're getting better at this.
When you stabbed Mr. Assman, he was standing up. In short, Dr. Scythe, your latest testimony was a total fabrication.
There we go. We got the actual... We had, like, the prelude now, and now we have the real one. I love this fucking soundtrack, man. It's so good. Ugh. I like that Madame Dispels just left us.
I knew it. I was right. I've identified that contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under a great misapprehension here. What? What sort of misapprehension? Dr. Scythe. You claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Drebber as a result of the note he left in the waxwork.
Is it the other way around? It might be the other way around.
You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. And you claim that you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie. Because the question of what the blood stain really tells us has only one possible answer. If that is the case, what is it, man?
Counsel, you've clearly struck upon a revelation. Now tell the court what it is. And tell the player what it is, because she's lost.
Okay. What part of her story is shown to be a lie about the contradiction in her testimony? Isn't it the stabbing? Didn't we just show that it's the stabbing? Am I going insane?
The answer is very simple if you consider the sequence of events.
Yeah, okay. No, we don't save your Morgan. We like to live wild and free.
If when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downwards as it did, we can be sure that the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time. But as you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage. Yes, it would. Which tells us that the victim must have been in that position of his own accord.
Objection!
Bumper! That's impossible. The man was dead, remember? No. That is misapprehension.
Shit. He made her do the killing. So this is the prelude. If you listen, it's very much a like a coda or a bridge to the chorus. This is very good.
When the birdcage fell from the stage into the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force.
Oh, but it wouldn't be enough to kill him. He crawled out, looked up. Yep. Did he not know this was gonna happen?
Jeez. But Mr. Assman didn't die in the fall.
He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came round, he got to his feet to climb out of the cage.
Just as Dr. Scythe appeared.
I don't know. You're falling in a metal fucking cage. That was not cushioned enough to prevent, like, a major fuck up.
If the victim was in fact alive at that point in time, it changes everything.
That's not cushioned enough.
Mr. Odie Assman's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Harebrain, nor was it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Drebber. It was you, Dr. Courtney Scythe.
Order, order, order! Can this possibly be true?
Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him. Oh shit, they did not intend for that to happen. Oh! Wait, why would she kill him then? Because he was the reporter that broke the story? Like, she's like the one person who doesn't have motive here.
You hoped that by admitting to being an accomplice in Mr. Drebber's scheme, the trial would end before you were accused of a far worse crime, cold-blooded murder. Oh, do shut up. You're so desperate now you're making all this up, as if I would do something like that.
Sisto! I assure you the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Naruhodo has established the facts using evidence and logic alone.
Logic, don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it. What? What do you mean? I'd have thought it was obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. What possible reason would I have to kill Mr. Assman?
Yeah, that's my issue.
Asman was involved in a number of criminal activities from coercion to theft to murder, but there is no known connection to Dr. Scythe there.
Ugh. I'm rather relieved to say it does seem somewhat far-fetched.
True, there's no obvious motive. There's still something in the back of my mind. I feel sure I've seen something somewhere that hints at why the coroner might have done this. Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report. But murdering someone for no reason is a very different story. No. When you questioned what possible reason you could have for wanting to kill Mr. Assman, something did come to mind. What?
I don't know. What was it, Counsel? Enlighten the court at once.
Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something that seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect at the time. There's a particular object that explains why Dr. Scythe would have wanted to kill Mr. Assman.
The scalpels?
Scalpels? It's a scalpel, or rather, scalpels.
Did you say scalpels?
It would appear that word has struck a chord, Doctor. You. Come on, out with it.
Morgan, how's your heart doing? Watching Mander streams may not be good for your heart health.
It was yesterday when we visited your laboratory.
I'm not putting this together yet.
Look at this big, thick book here.
Oh, it appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team smoking, I think. Oh.
What is it?
It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but... well, one entry seems rather strange.
Really? In what way?
You're buying 500 scalpels every month.
You killed him over scalpels?
500 scalpels? A month?
At first, I wondered what on earth you could be using that many scalpels for. But actually, I realize now it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them disappearing every month from the department's accounts.
Right, but you log it, so...
Assman's criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its funding. Placing the money from the forensic investigation team's account to find out where it was going would be extremely straightforward. Ugh. Ugh.
Okay, but why was she buying so many fucking scalpels?
10 years ago, when Mr. Assman was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Drebber, he may well have stumbled upon information as he was researching the story. Information relating to Dr. Scythe's darkest secret that he would use to rack money from her for the next decade.
Her darkest secret? Good lord, you mean?
I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago, but clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up.
What do the scalpels mean?
So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Assman in the heart with all your might to silence the blackmailer who knew your darkest secret forever.
Oh, okay. So they were writing down 500 scalpels to justify taking that much money out. Okay, that makes sense now. I thought it was still like she's trying to sell the scalpels for black market money. Got it.
You'll never understand, none of you.
Look, as someone who has to provide receipts for buying a gallon of gas for a university fleet vehicle, you need to have like 3 copies of the receipts. There's like no way to do that easily. But right now it's, 1800s.
We've had to keep covered up all these long years.
Kazuma has not said a word. That's remarkable.
Very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb. The truth of this case can never be properly established unless you speak out.
And if you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney Scythe will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done and tell the court the truth about what happened.
10 years ago, you told the truth. You were robbed of a bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness and your consternation now. However, this is surely the chance you've been waiting for to sever the hold that fate's had over you all these years. Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. I mean, really. It's the adult brain mock scientists that are the worst, you know. They don't recognize the fact that they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on and on and on and on and on about their wonderful hypotheses, their stupid eyes shining like a little child's. They make me sick. I can't abide their foolishness.
Careful, Mr. Drubber.
I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It made for quite a show, didn't it? So you admit it. You admit that it was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim. Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge. Revenge for the future that Mr. Assman's article had deprived you of 10 years earlier. But the revenge you sought didn't stop at Assman, did it? Which is where that very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see.
The condemned convict that you saw rising from the grave in Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago. If your account of those events was all true.
And obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had. So your plan required that you abduct that particular waxwork model in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well. Or on Dr. Scythe, to be precise. But then she just beat him to the punch of doing the stabbing. It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Assman turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye. About the coroner who'd handled that bogus autopsy, being a appointed head of a new forensic team. When I learned that news, my cognitive processes started to devise the plan. Processing.
What a horrid tale.
He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him for revenge. And have that rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I had to suffer. Holy shit. Holy shit. Your actions against those who'd ruined your future were justified as revenge. At least to yourself. Certainly, no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely selfish gain. Yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you? Did I? Professor Harebrain's only crime was passion for his hypothesis. But you had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he would forever be branded a failure and a fraud. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this. Your own actions resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man. His arms are very... I think.
Lord Van Zykes, what of Dr. Scythe?
An immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted and she's been remanded in custody, my lord. I presume she will face trial in the coming days along with Mr. Drebber.
A most regrettable situation indeed. She's made great contributions to her profession over the years. It really is a hard truth to swallow.
Isn't that a song out right now, Hard Truth to Swallow?
However, that is a topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Harebrain.
I forgot I was in this case.
Seems there was a great deal more to your experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now that all the sordid details have been brought to light. This has been a very long and profound trial, but I'm pleased to say you are absolved of all guilt.
This whole experience has taught me a very great but painful lesson. I've been, this dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy. I've been selfish and self-centered, and above all, I'm full.
A song called Hard Pill, got it. Professor.
I've spent my life thinking of nothing but my research, misguidedly believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to, despite my lack of talent. And the worst of it is, in the process I caused others pain and misery. Others who are far, far greater people than I.
No, Professor, that's not true.
Ha!
Don't tar yourself with the same brush as Drebber. What happened was his doing and his alone. This outcome is his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way. Lord Van Zykes? And the derision with which he referred to you earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even. A man has no idea. Believe in yourself and to work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams. That's laudable, not laughable. No one has the right to deride another for such choices. Oh. Danke, Barak.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, at long fucking last.
Yes, my lord.
It is this court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charge which he stands accused. We could have done this 3 hours ago. I presume there are no objections.
None from me, my lord.
Certainly not.
This trial has really made me think, but this is the right decision. It's all been proven
methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever. It's been a long day.
Oh, what's that? It's done. It's all over?
I don't know what's become of the yard these days. I don't recognize the place.
He's probably like slightly drunk, but it's fine.
In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant not guilty.
Now it's over. Holy ball sacks. And we're still setting off fireworks inside a building. All right. Inside a wooden building. I guess we have we have open flame with fireworks going off. This is a bad idea.
Court is adjourned before we all burn to death like the last game.
It's over. That was some trial. Right? We did it. We did it, guys. 4:30 p.m. Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it?
Oh, it is. Congratulations, Professor Harebrain.
Mr. Naruhodo, Miss Susato, I am truly, beside myself with this gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough?
Just glad it's all been cleared up. That you realize you were just caught up in a bad situation.
Right now, you know, if I had that research grant money, I'd give the whole lot to you, every penny.
Well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so... And also, you can't use research grant money like that.
You don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough.
Susato, don't speak for both of us.
Oh dear. Oh, what can I do? How about this as a memento? The paper about my hypothesis is inside.
That's actually very sweet. Well, just as a memento then. Thank you.
I'm wondering, Professor, what are you going to do now? Oh my, yes. What am I going to do? My hypothesis and my great machine lie in ruins.
But I mean, neither of them were real, so calm down.
But still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. I must explore the great exhibition while I'm here too, and see if new inspiration hits me. Oh yes, that's a wonderful idea.
I can't allow that. I had a feeling.
I can't allow that.
Lord Van Zykes, what are you doing in here? These two do not look the same age at all.
Look! I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert. Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were like a great demon behind your bench there, snarling down on your prey. Oh, one of the few true friends I have. I couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution or the defense.
Oh, he pulled the strings to make sure we were put on the case. Interesting.
Sorry?
Or the defense? Did I just hear that right?
I always knew that you had my best interests at heart. Don't worry. How about you show me around while I'm still here in town? It's been a long time since we left university. We have a lot to catch up on.
Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you.
What?
From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets.
But Nine? Hold on a minute, Baroque. What about the great exhibition? This is a chance of a lifetime for me. I want to look around.
No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea. What the fuck?
Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Baroque.
Lord Van Zykes. What's all this about? Necessary precaution. Oh, the Curse of the Reaper. Curse of the Reaper.
Yes, I think I understand.
You do?
Well, Iris told me that when you met Lord Van Zykes at his office some days ago, he asked how Mr. Natsume was doing.
Curse, so that was a kind of a deal. Morgan, you really should go back and watch, our playthrough of the first game. You're really missing out on a lot of character shit here. But essentially, Baroque was supposed to be this, he was originally this, before we showed up in London, this incredible prosecutor who always got guilty verdicts, and if he didn't get the guilty verdict, the defendant died days later. So he essentially ended up killing all the defendants he ever faced, either with a verdict or with the curse. Yes, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time, thinking it was nice of him to ask.
The point is, Mr. Natsume is still alive and well. Although it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial with the Reaper as the prosecutor.
Oh, you mean Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas? Those in the Reaper's sights meet the end days or sometimes months. Let me try that line again. Yep, Miss Mandervods, I'm uploading all of GAA1 this weekend. I have at least 1 or 2 episodes up though, so you should be able to watch the first case at least. Anyway.
Those in the Reaper's sights meet the ends days or sometimes months after their acquittal. That's been the pattern up to now.
But of course, we know that both Natsume and Gina were completely innocent.
So yeah, the full streams are going up on Miss Mander VODs, all one word. I should put a link to it on the YouTube page, but it's fine.
True. And perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend.
The Hawk!
Like the moustached Nipponese, this man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once.
Right. Does your friend-shaped package get any say in it?
Goodness, was this your intention all along then, Lord Van Zykes?
In court, where people think of him as the Reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless, and yet sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all. Stop trying to redeem this asshole! God fucking damn it!
It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being.
Why is he going back to the prison? He should be instantly released.
Ah, yeah, all right. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo. Danke bitte for everything.
No, it's just Danke. Oops.
Danke for everything.
Not at all, Professor. It was a pleasure getting to know you.
Best wishes, Professor Harry.
Well, once the dust is settled, you must come and visit me in Germany. Anyway, goodbye for now.
Auf Wiedersehen. Close enough. What do you want?
Now, my Nipponese friend.
Yes, I thought you'd gone too. Wait, I'm up to 17. Wait, what the fuck? Are you serious? Oh my god, lucky 17! That's awesome. Thank you. Thank you very much for that.
We have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time?
You want to talk with me?
Be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes.
Why are we? No. Last time someone went in the courtroom with you, they ended up burned alive. 7 on the VODs channel. Thank you. That was strange. For some reason, I didn't get that sense of impending doom as he walked away this time. I did!
What the fuck, man? The Enigma, Barak Van Zykes. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer awaits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes, then.
I have a bad feeling about this. Someone's gonna die, and that's gonna be the setup for the next case.
24th October, 4:58 p.m. Back in the Old Bailey.
Oh no. Wait. Why is he here? Why is he here? Why is Kazuma still here?
So, are you satisfied? Will you ever be satisfied? Will you ever be satisfied? You saved a guileless scientist from a great injustice.
Yes, I think so. I'm relieved, at least, that the man's innocence could be proven.
Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nipponese comes from.
What? Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagined you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here.
I still see you as that.
Oh, okay. Now I think differently.
Don't.
I brought you back in here just to trash talk you some more.
You clearly know our ways. So I would guess that some specific incident led to your thorough dislike of my race. Will you tell me what happened, please?
I fucked it is apparently not a permissible phrase. Thanks, Phoenix.
Professor. I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest.
He took your brother's life.
Susato, your voice is getting to me. Clint. My brother was Clint Van Zykes. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens, he was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary.
God fucking damn it. My God, it's almost 3 a.m. Fuck me.
I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. He was involved in the establishment of justice systems in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations then too to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of those programs, your judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan.
If it was 16 years ago now, then one of them could have been my father.
Of course, I remember Dr. Mikatula well.
I had no idea.
I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to the 3 visiting Nipponese.
So, actually, then my father.
It's the only reason I don't shit-talk you, and I shit-talk the other one. He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting in their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit, and it made a very great impression upon me. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects even, just an ever-growing list of victims. And my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zykes. Truly. Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway, so he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me personally, though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. Finally found out the killer's identity. The reason why no one has been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery.
Oh, so he knows. He knows the professor's identity. Shit.
He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time. Plain sight?
Oh shit, it was one of the Japanese students. Okay.
Are you aware of political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires.
A new treaty was being forged, I think.
Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions. Which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. The British public had known the identity of the killer. Not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, our 2 nations could very well have ended up at war.
Ugh, what? A war between Britain and Japan? That wouldn't happen until the 1940s.
But that would mean, oh my, you mean to say the professor was...
When the trial reached its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no.
Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster.
Home Dog, we're not ready. I'm not ready. I'm not
I
ready.
borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum. So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
I don't want him to... Don't unlock that mask. Don't unlock that mask. I'm not ready.
That's the professor?
Yeah, it was one of the
Yes,
Japanese
that's him.
students. Guessing it's not
Until now,
Mikotoba.
the thought never even crossed my mind that the mass murderer whose crimes shook Britain as never before
Oh damn, he kind of handsome.
was Japanese.
Yeah, the entire conversation leading up could have told you that. Like, he kind of hot though. I get he's a murderer, but like.
Wait a minute. That face. I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
Is it Naruhodo's dad? Oh. Baby boy, are you okay? I know that voice.
Father.
Wait, Father!
I can't yell. It's 3 in the morning. My neighbors will hate me. Oh. Oh my god.
What? Father?
Oh my fucking god. Ryu! Please! Ryu, come on, man. You know who that is. No, 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 no. Yeah, Ryu, good fucking job, buddy.
Kazuma! My best friend, Kazuma Asogi. After a whole year, finally his memories returned.
What a fucking way for them to return.
Not now, Phoenix!
Jesus Christ, man. Not now. Not now, man. I'm not okay. I'm not okay.
Ryunosuke.
Yes. Cry, bitch. Cry, bitch.
Hello again. My friend.
Oh no!
Kazuma-sama!
Hug, you assholes! Fucking hug, please!
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba. It's been a very long road. Thank you.
What?
Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
Susato, how much of this did you know?
It was an honor.
Susato, how much of this did you know? Hug, you morons. Hug,
I
you
knew
fucking...
you wouldn't die that easily. Kazuma. I owe you thanks, too. For taking good care of that in my absence.
Yeah.
Oh. Karuma, a great blade of the Asogi clan, passed down through the generations. When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. The Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened, it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword. And I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared. this by my side. I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
Is Van Zyke's just watching this? Yeah.
I've made it. At last. Father.
Are you saying... Surely not. You mean, you knew all this time? I'm looking at it. But... I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
It was only 5 people. It's not a mass murder. Oh shit.
Kazuma-sama.
Ryunosuke. We have much to talk about, but now is not the time.
Morgan, no!
I'll be seeing you.
You are not walking out this door. You are not leaving right now. No, you're not. He just left us there? What in hell's name?
All Kazuma said. Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom.
Okay, we're just back to the bench. We're just back at the fucking bench. I'm shaking. I'm fucking shaking. I cannot. I'm not okay. I'm gonna do my best here, but...
So he's the living after-image of the man who took my brother's life, is he? Yes, Kazuma Asogi, my best friend. Yes, sure. 3 months ago when Lord Strongheart introduced us. Oh, that's fucked up! Wait a minute. Because Lord Strongheart was behind all of this. He was the reason Kazuma got into Britain. So Lord Strongheart memory wiped him and then assigned him to be the apprentice of the man whose brother his dad killed. So he's forcing Van Zykes to raise the son of the man who killed his brother. Oh boy. I had an inkling there was something there, a connection. Why did Lord Strongheart do that? Because he's the villain. Why did he make Kazuma Lord Van Zykes' apprentice? Suffering amnesia, too. The man was apprehended, even executed, but his legacy just won't die. It's a sad truth. Sir, you are not making a threat on Kazuma. No. Anyway, that's all I had to say. I thank you for meeting with me as I asked.
Hey, Susato! Hey, Susato! Yes, Ryu? What the fuck just happened? I don't have words. 10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train, or me. It was the first time I'd ever seen him.
Poor Susato-san. Well, this is tied up with painful memories for her, too. He's never talked about this with me before, though.
It took time to adjust to having father around. But just when I was starting to get used to it, he called me into his study one day.
He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London, and that the friend had left behind a son, a boy 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father, but he was studying to become a defense lawyer.
Wanted to defend his dad.
Wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. As I'm sure you've worked out, that young man's name is Kazuma Asogi. So you see, that's how he and I met.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon.
Yeah, no kidding.
But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time. As if great wheels had been set in motion. I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter, but in many, it was the start of a new one.
I don't have oh, the demasking. Yeah. I have no fucking words right now. I have absolutely no words. Twisted Karma in his last bow. Resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Okay, well, we have to watch the cutscene. We're gonna watch the cutscene and then we're gonna raid someone and go to bed. No, I'm not Phoenix. I'm not.
Pipe in hand, Sholmes looked down at the thick, rolling fog outside our window. I wonder exactly how many mysteries are out there, hidden within this bed of fog, he said. Indeed, a most bizarre incident.
Oh, no, not the gingers.
Advertisement. A hellhound's mad gallop through the shadows of a serial murder. An executed man's graveyard resurrection in the dead of night.
Yeah.
And a commonplace killing in a small, forgotten room at the edge of town. There is, naturally, always another side to every case, of which most remain ignorant. And it is that other side which compels me to the scene of the crime, Wilson. So quickly now, take your hat and let's be on our way, my dear fellow. For our adventure is not over yet. Come, the game is afoot.
"8 days after that earth-shattering trial and Kazuma regaining his memory, we were in the foyer of one of London's most luxurious hotels, the Great Waterloo Hotel. I'm not okay. I'm not good. Hanzuwu.
For me, creativity starts with...
Sure, yeah, we'll hit up... Oh wait, no, the Master Ken is live. We'll hit him up first. So Master Ken is playing Arceus, so if you don't want spoilers, I'm literally just gonna hop in, say, hi, I don't want spoilers, and then hop out. I'm actually just gonna pre-type my message here. We're gonna raid. I'll see you guys next time. I'm not good. I'm not good. Morgan, it'll be great to have you next time we go live. Just make sure you have your notification live. Yeah, I'm sorry. It was wonderful to have you back, Morgan. And yeah, I'll make sure I get those uploaded so you can see all of the context for what the fuck just happened. I'll catch you guys next time. Get some sleep, kids.